Hello. Hello. It is I, Lucinda. Nick, if you're still here, which I doubt, but if you are, bless you. No, today's show has on Lucinda's run 10 minutes or so behind schedule. Yeah, and I do things like set my clock 10 minutes ahead. All kinds of my alerts come in real early on my phone. I've thought about setting my live sales for 10 minutes later, but all that would do would make me 10 minutes later. Oh, I'm already swirling. So 7 years ago, I was rear-ended by a van going at least 30 when I was at the front, stopped at a huge intersection with I was stopped at a red light. The van. What? This internet better stop that. And my head was like, wah! I was up above the car looking at myself. And I had mild traumatic brain injury for years. I couldn't do numbers. I couldn't do time. I couldn't find words. I couldn't do sentences correctly. Yeah. So one of the things that is a lingering thing is no matter what I do, I tend to be 10 minutes late. Yeah, it sucks, but I roll with it. I hope you can forgive me. So I'm here and I want to start today live by taking just a pause. I'm trying to figure out what's happening with my internet. And I don't think I can change it. I hope that stops. That's the third time my wheel has been, and I'm losing people because of that. Okay. I just want to take a moment to pause and acknowledge all the people around the country today and yesterday who are protesting their livelihoods being lost. The rest of it I'm not going to discuss because I don't do politics in that way here with you. I do vintage. But I just want to take a moment and reflect on all the people who have just suddenly have no jobs. It's really hard out there. So since this is a 1970s themed sale, let's do this. Let's take a deep breath and say, yeah. And this has two meanings, peace and victory. So that's what I got. Hey, Gary, how's it going? Gary or Jerry? Which one is it? Tell me the correct pronunciation. Is it Jerry? I just want to be sure. So today's theme is 70s. And I struggled with that. I was like, I know I have some jewelry. I know I have some items. And I added two things I totally forgot, which started the whole theme. These totally awesome 70s coffee mugs back there. And the kangaroo, he was there. But that's what started it. And then I went out in search of some more 70s or jewelry that we would have picked out as youngins out of grandma or mom's jewelry box and discovered the best kept secret anywhere for costume jewelry. Now, a lot of it is crap. So you have to really like I was there for 2 hours picking and picking, but I found some great stuff, and I think I can continue going there for some items, not everything, and be able to bring you really good prices in return. So I'm pumped about that. Let's get the party started. So again, I'm Lucinda. To my channel, Vintastic Finds. It's a play on finding vintage. That is fantastic. Thank you, Jerry. That's what that's where I ship from. I use PayPal and Pirate Ship. I do 2-week build boxes to save me time on invoicing and save you on shipping, in case you're one of my many people who return and buy from me once or twice a week. I'm on Mondays and Fridays. Monday is a themed household and jewelry. Fridays is jewelry show and tell. This is week 2. Hey George, how are you? If you ever buy something from me and you want the item immediately, or you want it sent to someone else as a gift, whatever, just tell me that in the email. If you bid today and you win something and I do not know you, I need your real name, YouTube name, shipping address with zip code, and PayPal. Would not do that because that I just flashed again, because that stops other people from being able to buy said item. So be kind. Okay. All right. I'm going to turn on my phone YouTube app to ensure that I'm not constantly blurry, because I have here we go. Hold on. This is where I am. I have already, why can't I get in there? Whoa, weird. Hold on. I have already spun. I can't get in my YouTube app. I know I've already spun my intranet 4 times in 10 minutes. Why can't I get in my live? Okay. I don't know why. That's never happened to me before. I should be able to go in there. Listen, y'all. Clearly it's a day. Okay, there we are. What? It's trying to load. So listen, I'm going to start. But if someone sees me... listen, I'm going to... Sorry. If someone sees that I'm really blurry or it's just nonsensical, please let me know. Okay? Please. Because nobody wants to watch that crap. Okay. So today is vintage household and jewelry. And I'm going to get going. I think I took care of all the housekeeping. If anyone... I just spun again. You know, most people aren't even here. I saw no internet work being done. This is my good internet. God. Let's pray, y'all. Let's pray. Okay. This starts at 19. I know, Husky. I know. And the thing is, thank you, Husky, for telling me that. This is the 5th time now. If I change internets, and I am yelling. I feel like Jason, I'm yelling. I got to stop yelling. I'm sorry. If I change internets, it will drop me out of this stream. And then I'll have to start all over again because I've done that before. I don't get it. So I'm just looking at my connection. Then we're going to start something at $19. Well, I can't. It's not there. Oh, okay. This is unacceptable. So I have to open my settings. So, because this is going to be a terrible, terrible show. So I'm making myself really small and I'm trying to look at my internet and I'm praying, y'all, that it's going to be okay. Why won't it? Why won't it? It won't. Yeah. If I have to, I don't know why it's not letting me open my settings. If I have to, I'm going to start a new live stream right after this one because I feel like I need to connect to my other internet. Something is really interfering. It's not usually this bad. There's no reason for it to be acting like this. Maybe someone hacked StreamYard. I know this is boring. I'm really sorry. Shoot. Okay. It won't let me. My computer won't let me open my internet settings. So I'm just moving on. And if this keeps up, I'm going to close and I will come right back within 5 minutes with a new StreamYard Take 2 and change to the downstairs internet. That's all I can do. So let's get going. That's way more than enough prattle. Yeah. So the 70s. I was a teenager in the 70s. So, man, what a time. This, to me, is one of the coolest things I found. Red, white, and so in the 70s, bold colors were huge. Like my bright pink eyeshadow. I was trying to find my red lipstick, disco gold foil earrings, orange seed bead necklaces. I mean, it was all about bold. It was also, in the beginning, a lot about red, white, and blues because of the Vietnam War. So there was a mixture and there was a mixed message depending on who was wearing it. But I found this and I just about fell on the ground. This at 19 is an incredible price. These are 1960s, 1970s seed beads. It is very thick. They're probably almost half. It's probably, let's measure it. Instead of saying probably almost, let's tell you. It is over a quarter, but not quite a half an inch. So what is that like? I don't know. I can't do that math. So I don't, and it wraps around and around. I think there's about 6 strands. This is all done on actual string. This is so cool. And it is incredible. here down at the bottom. And these are cobalt blue beads, y'all. This is cobalt blue. A color of beads that's very hard to find these days. And this is that older plastic, and it's possible, I didn't really spend a lot of time checking it, that these are milk white beads. I'm not sure. So this comes down into, well, this is how many is on here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. Comes down to a tassel on both sides. So this could be worn 2 ways. And I will tell you how long it is. It's huge, and I'll show you. This could be worn 2 ways. These are, I believe they're called lariats. So people did this, put them around their neck, and then took the tassels and made a little loop, right? Let's see if I can show you. Made a little loop. Tassels are way, way down here. So you could do like that. You could also wrap it around and wear it like this, which is really cool, right? Look at that. And it's heavy. This is so heavy with these 6 strands. And I don't know how many vials of these beads, but hundreds. In the other way that you could wear this incredible piece. I mean, to me, this was one of the best things I found. I found a lot of things I love in terms of costume, but this hands down just screamed early 70s, and the workmanship. This took hours and hours and so much money in beads. This would have cost back in the 70s probably about $30 or $40. The other thing you could do with this is wear it as a belt, which many people did that as well. So you want to know how long this is? I will double it and try to tell you. And again, look at the cobalt blue beads, the red beads, and the white. Anyone who knows their older beads, anyone who's ever crafted, been in places that I've been in, but like laces, that's or I call it laces, that is nothing but old lace and beads, you will know. So I'm going to do my best to measure this. So that's 7, 14, 21, 28. It's about 30 to 32 inches long on both sides. So it's a total of, let's call it 65 inches. It's a total of 65 inches. Red, white, and blue belt, lariat, tie it, wrap it as a scarf. Wrap, one strand goes this way, one strand goes down your back. Multitude of ways to wear this. This is a piece of history. This is a piece of our 1970s history with old beads. If I was trying to buy these little cobalt blue beads now, the amount that are in here will probably cost me $40. And I don't know about the red and white milk glass. I mean, it's, you know, it's a whole thing. So think about it. It's going down, and I'm surprised I don't do recaps. I lost a lot of people because I was whirling. I'm sorry about that. That sucks. But I'm back. George, how are you today? I haven't seen you saying hello to me in the chat for a long time. I feel happy to have you here. And Nick, I hope you came back. Okay, so I'm running through some jewelry right now. And like I always do a mix-up, a mosh, if you will. And most of this is 70s. Some of it, again, dig through your grandma's or mom's jewelry box, and we wore it. It was a statement. It was a heavily, like all these rings on my fingers, I learned that in the 70s. You wore loads of jewelry, just piles of necklaces and rings and bracelets. And if you got it out of mom's box, that was the coolest ever. So I'm going to I know there's also a lag because I keep spinning. I like because I'm spinning and people don't come back to check if things are fixed or not. So if I do a take 2 and start over, I don't know if people will come back. That's terrible. I have a whole bunch of really fun things today. So this is most definitely late. I've had this for a while. Late 60s, early 70s. Either, bohemian or mom going to work piece. It is a heavily enameled. My computer, for some reason, is way. Oh, okay. One more time and we're doing a take 2. Heavily enameled navy blue with applied enamel white stripes. I don't know. What is that? Every 3 beads, if you want to call them beads. The feel of this is lovely. The simplicity in design is lovely. Here's the metal wrapping, edging that they put around the enameled. This is not plastic, it's enameled. It's really nice. It's not heavy, but it's not light. I do not know the maker. It's a very long piece. Again, long. That's it. I'm going to finish this and I'm going to do a take 2 and hopefully people show up. And if they don't, all this will show up on Friday. I lost my train of thought. I'm so frustrated with the internet doing that. I mean, I have almost a full bar up there. I don't get it. I mean, almost a full fill-in on my internet. I don't know why it keeps doing that. So I was going to show you the construction. These, where'd we go? Just, these are separate pieces with little square metal ends, and then there's gold jump rings in between. It feels really good in your hands. It feels really good on. It is classic moving into the 70s. fun, hippie, throw it on like the seed beads, right? Bohemian, or work, like I said. It does have a clasp. Where'd it go? The internet is flustering me. I feel flustered. Here's a clasp. Well, the clasp is this lobster claw type, more elongated clasp. There is no maker on it. I believe that this, I know it's older from the wear, but I also feel it could have been replaced. So let me show it to you on, and then I don't know. A lot of people may be out doing other things today. I started out with about 8 people, and now I have 3, and my internet's terrible. So look, it comes down just to the middle here. It's really pretty. Look how pretty it is on, and look at it layered with like this orange seed bead necklace that I have. Isn't that nice? So that's what I'm talking about, layering. I think that looks great together. So this is probably about a 26-inch necklace. And if you were starting at 17, if you were undoing the clasp and putting it on, you could double it. And then it would be just to about right here with both strands. So that is right above the sternum. Okay. 17. Don't do recaps. Don't do recaps. It's going to go down here. I'm going to put it in the bag. So if anyone comes in later, please do yourself a favor and put the speed on ×2. And look for items that have not been claimed and drop it in the chat, because recaps never get me anywhere. So I don't see the point in them. I wish, I watch some channels that sell items kind of more expensive and or have a larger following, and they do recaps, and a third to a half to all of it will blow out sold. That doesn't happen for me, so I don't bother. Anyone want to tell me what you're doing for the holiday? And Husky, you think it's freezing inside and out? The sun came out where I am, and it's actually like above 60. It was cold this morning. And actually last night I slept with my window cracked open for the first time in a long time. Okay. Now, the other thing, I got people coming in and out. The other thing is I'm good with going along, but if I just get me putting, this is a third time in a row, and I know I've been freezing going in and out. I apologize. I don't know why. If I just start seeing a stack of my prices and nothing else happening in the chat, no sales, no communication, I will end the sale and go do a million other things that I'm behind on doing. Because it just becomes like, blah. Okay, these are really cool. To me, these are the 70s, moving possibly into the early 80s with the metal influence. But, oh man, I think these are fabulous earrings. They're not heavy, so these are hollow. They've got to be. It's kind of like just a ladder back construction, but this really, it's very nice. Well done. light silver tone, but then they did like a ladder back, but then dropped it, right? So let me show you one. Dropped it such that, let me get it right. Such that it hangs with the 4 metal pieces in the front, and the chain, there's 2 pieces of chain in the back. But now the other thing about this is there's a lot of motion. So these move around, and they're so light that I could wear these. They're shoulder dusters. They're pierced. There's some original of the tiny metal backs that became very popular starting in the 70s. It's a nice post. It's a nice big here, and there's no wear on this. You notice that? You see there's no scuffs, there's no markings. It's not a repop. And I love movement. $14. These are so inexpensive. Look at that. I wish I could show you this. I mean, I do have an earring holder now. But so there's what it would look like in the air. The post. And then it hangs down to just touching my shoulder. And these are definitely 70s, but you could rock them in an 80s style. You could rock them in a metal style. You could rock them in a punk rock style. You could wear them out with your silver necklace. You know, you all are very knowledgeable and stylish. You can figure it out. And these have a lot of shape as well. The very large metal links. So there's just a lot of movement. And for $14, I think they're so fun. You want to know, I mean, they dust my shoulders. I've only got 2 people now. It's probably from all that freezing. What are you going to do? There's not much I can do. To the post that goes into your ear, they are 4.5 inches. 4.5 inches. Yep. So 70s. Disco. Think of your disco, you know, disco. These and roller skating. Yep. But they're going down. No one's interested. No one's interested. I'm interested. This is a type of item I would keep. And today in my 70s, so in keeping with my 70s theme, and in keeping with finding this incredible little hidey hole of costume jewelry, I'm trying to bring 2025 70s prices today. So I'm bringing most things, or a heck of a lot of things jewelry-wise, that is not very expensive today. And I didn't put that in my description because, I didn't want it to make it sound like, oh, I'm having a cheap sale today. Come on in. You'll love it. But for me today, the prices are pretty reasonable, if not really reasonable. I'm going to show one more jewelry item. Or should it be a choice? I'm going to do a choice of these 2 little things that then I'm going to show a couple of household items because I brought some really fun stuff. show. There you go. So this is choice, $8. And I should have made it buy it now. I mean, really, if we're honest, on my channel, I rarely have bidding wars. I can count on one hand how many times that's happened to me in the 15 months I've been doing YouTube. But I don't want to call things buy it now because I never know what someone, more than one someone might be interested in. So occasionally I do a BIN, but not that often. So this is a choice for 8. Another thing about the 80s that was happening with jewelry is we were moving away from the kind of more elaborate created jewelry, stylized into a free-for-all. Jewelry makers really were moving into even larger, more efficient production of jewelry and less expensive, cheaper. So starting in the late 60s, early 70s, really simplistic, inexpensive, meaning like $10, $12 items started coming along. And these are 2 examples of that. That doesn't mean that they're not, fun or wearable. It just means that the materials started to become cheaper. And then after the 70s, they kind of, unless you get back to like Temu or Forever 21 with all their repops, which I still see people on eBay trying to sell as vintage, all those necklaces, infuriates me. They just started making stuff cheaper. I feel like this is not showing so well. Let's get the ring light out of the way. So this is a very delicate, dainty, gold tone, faux pearl bracelet. There is the hook closure. It does have, I have to say, surprisingly, a very nice clasp design. So the clasp is a little fancy. You just push it in. Hook it on. And there you go. It is small. It is very lightweight. It is gold tone. There is not a single thing wrong with it. Now, let's see if this would fit my wrist. I think this is too small for my wrist, but it is choice number 1. Nope. It just fits my wrist. And look, when it's on, you get the gold and the pearls. I think it's really pretty. I think it's really sweet. You could wear this all day long yourself, or you got a teenager, you got a niece, you have a older, like grandmother, aunt, someone like that. But based on how tight it is on my wrist, I mean, it would just go on. I'm a 7.25. I would like to say that this is a 6.5, which means, what does that mean to you? It's a ladies' small. And because it has a clasp, you don't have to worry about pulling it over your wrist. Okay, so that's choice number 1. Choice number 2 is another gold with pearls bracelet. Again, the materials are cheaper, but the movement, the way they put the circles in the double jump rings, attaching it to each other, makes it fun. And I think, if I remember correctly, the pearls are put on here with cord. So it is most definitely 60s, 70s. Yeah. This is the one. These are glass pearls. So they're faux, but these are glass beads. So even though the metal has gotten where it can just be machine churned out really fast, these are strung on like sewing thread. So much of it, of this older jewelry was. And these are glass pearls, believe it or not. So they have that luster. That's a big clue about glass pearls. They're hollow and they're just glass pearls. Here's the end that you would hook it on. Of course, you could also hook it here. So there's kind of an extender, right? Too, kind of. And then here is this. Nope, there you go. I thought that would move. It's just a fold over clasp. There is no maker. They're $8 a piece. I mean, what do you want? For $8, I love costume. I would wear this. I could wear this more easily because I can actually get it on and close it. But look when it's on. Look at the flow and the design, even with the cheaper materials. I mean, it's costume. That's what I sell. I do have higher end things with semi-precious, gold or sterling silver. But the bulk of what I have is costume. And I think this is lovely. So this fits me. Fits a 7.25 right at the beginning of a lady's medium. It would fit the high end of a lady's small. So either one is $8. Your choice. Okay. So again, I don't do recaps. I'm putting these in a bag and putting them away. And thank gosh I'm not spinning around anymore. I mean, it's been a difficult weekend here at the caregiver abode. A lot of started Friday. Climaxed into a lot of pain and sadness Saturday. And then Sunday was kind of like just trying to recover. So I'm doing my best. I'm glad you all are here with me because unless I just keep putting prices up nonstop, this is where I get my happy, and it's not about how many sales I make, although I do need to do that, y'all. I do need a business. I'm trying here. It's about you guys. It's about knowing that you love vintage and you're spending time with me. And, when you talk to me and engage in stuff and you say, I remember stuff like that in the 70s. My mom wore that stuff. Or I have something like that. Or Husky said, it's freezing here. George came in and said, hi. Even Nick said, is the show canceled? And 5 minutes later, here I was. But, I love that. I love it. I enjoy the bejesus out of it. Okay, so look. I'm going to do these mugs now. They are a choice. And this is, I think, a great price. Let's get rid of the 8. But I'm counting now. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 5 times in a row I've put in a price with no, that's neat. That's interesting. I remember that. Hello, Lucinda. And I just, like, people watch on a replay. They don't want to watch that. Me just talking, putting in a price and not talking to all of you. It's boring. So we're not going to be doing that for 2 hours today. I'm recovering from a lot of heavy duty emotional fallout. And I can't just talk to myself only today. I just don't have it. So there are two 70s mugs. Oh my Lord. The first one is Royal Crown Daisy Daisy by Pia. Okay. If y'all know what that is, fantastic. I mean, I know what Royal Crown can mean. Daisy Daisy and P-I-A. Pia? I don't know. Didn't look it up. Look at the square little handle. Look at this mug. I think of my friend Karen with this orange, and it's bright orange. I don't know. My gosh. There is such a lag. There you go. I fast forwarded my phone. Hopefully that's better. That was terrible. Okay. I'm having a day. Come on. There you go. There's about a 15-second lag. So this, I hope the color's showing up. This is bright orange daisies with that kind of be moving into that avocado green of the 70s, right? My two fingers fit through here, no problem. With 3 fingers, that's uncomfortable, but 2, no problem. They're not super heavy. There, that's orange. Orange and the white daisies. Daisies were a huge thing, 60s and 70s. Goes back to, I only have one person now, goes back to the whole peace and victory, right? Daisies and the doves. Here's the inside. Little bit of, what is that? I don't even know. It's a little something. I don't think these were ever used. It's in pristine condition. So that's choice number 1. They're both totally different. If you love your 70s, if you love kitsch, I love kitsch. And the 70s, I mean, there's kitsch from the 50s and 60s, but the 70s had a lot of awesome kitsch. So here's the handle on this one. Upside down. Young Love, Japan. And they're both these pedestal. So in that way, they're similar. I'm sure they came from the same person. Young Love. And again, you got your orange flowers. But this one has this cute little courting couple and some butterflies. They are both, I think, porcelain. They have the porcelain sound and feel, and they're thin. Look at that. Isn't that fantastic? It's so colorful. And the couple is on both sides. I think if you wanted to do a 70s styled theme, here's a start for your coffee bar. They both are up. They're both porcelain. They're both up on the kind of pedestal stand with the matching paints on the bottom. Yeah, I would put these behind my coffee pot and use them. $10, your choice. How tall are they? I will tell you. And this is, I can feel, so this one seems kind of rolled on, right? I want to see the bright orange. This one feels just kind of rolled on over the glaze. Slightly raised, but not really. This one, I can feel the paint. So I'm not sure if it's cold painted or how they did it, but you can feel the paint. And it doesn't, I think it's hand painted. It doesn't really look to me or feel in any way as though there is a clear coat. Because she's so cute. So I'm saying that because if you have this, don't put it in the dishwasher. That's my whole point. So let me tell you how tall they are. Brady Bunch cups. 100% Kathy. You see the 70s dream. The Brady Bunch. This. Boom. And it's so orange. It's just not. It's washing it out. It's orange like this is orange. 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 Aren't you glad? Aren't you glad you didn't get a lemon? That's a dad joke. Sorry. 4.5 inches tall for the courting couple. And I'm sure the other one is 4.5 inches tall. 4.5 inches tall. Yep. Almost 5. I only got one person. Now I got no people. Nobody loves me. What's happening? That now I got one person back. Seriously? Boy, I must have picked a very boring theme today. What happened? Okay, these are going away. Seriously. What happened? What happened that everyone left? I mean, I know someone else just came on, but I'm always on at this time of day. I don't know. What? Now I have 0 people. Now I have 0 people? But Kathy, you just typed. I don't know. Kathy, what do you mean? Are you actually here? The chat is screwed up? You mean like StreamYard is doing something weird? But see, Kathy, it showed that nobody was in here. Hi, Noelle. Happy Protest Day. Peace. I am supporting all those people who are out protesting yesterday and today who lost their jobs. Peace. That's as far as I'm going to get into that. Okay. So Noelle and Kathy are here. I don't know. See, and now I have one person. Something, my counter thing is not working. So I'm just going to ignore it and carry on. I'm going to do another household. Yeah. The next 2 that are coming up are more about, well, I don't know about the 28th. Listen, I would like the red, white, and blue. Wait a minute. Hi, Patsy. Patsy's here. Patsy knows. Scroll through. Okay. Oh, the incredible lariat, right, Patsy? Oh, my Lord. Patsy, hello. This thing, I feel like I could be asking $50 for this, but I'm trying to kind of have 2025's 70 pricing. And I got, thank you, Noel. I got this for such a good deal that I'm bringing those prices. So Patsy, you mean this thing with the cobalt blue and this, I think that's red and white milk glass. Good Lord, Patsy. I'm so glad someone appreciates this thing. It's 65 inches long. Okay, so I believe this was my, thank you, Patsy. This was my first item, and I asked 19. I'm so glad someone likes this because I love it. But we all know that I love a lot of things, and I'm eclectic. Oh, not 419. Wouldn't that be nice? Patsy. This thing is, wow. I mean, if I was a little bit younger, I would not have got off of it. This, yep, for all of you who didn't see this, go back to the beginning real quick and see what Patsy just bought. It's exquisite. So I was going to do another household item. I have a lot of funny things, but they're all 70s things. So they're not funny, but I have a lot of unique, not funny, haha, unique, eclectic. Thank you, Patsy. This starts at 14. I have had this for, about 4 months. And it was also, thank you, Patsy. You're going to love it. Wow. When you get the beads and you get this thing that the tassels go below your belly button, you look at it and you see what I see with those beads. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised. So I've had this for several months. I have enormously enjoyed it, but it too was a part of when I was looking around over the weekend and thinking, what theme am I going to do? What am I going to do on Monday? What should I do? I looked at this and I thought, 70s. And then I thought, you've enjoyed this for a while. Pass it on. This is all glass, colors of the rainbow. So that too, beginning to be a big thing in the 70s, if you catch my drift. Pride, protests. 70s were, it's kind of appropriate. I didn't even think about that. The 70s had a lot of protests going on. And right now in this country, we're at that place again. And I'm not taking a stand about that. I'm just pointing it out. And that my brain didn't even make that connection until now. Purple, red, orange, kind of a lime green yellow, green, blue, and an amethyst. Now, amethyst type light purple color, lilac maybe. The bottom stone is raised up and faceted or faceted. See there? Not sure why the bottom one is like that and the rest are just blobs of glass. Look at the bubbles. It's very old. It's surrounded by pewter. This is handmade sun catcher. It's a beautiful in the sun. It's an artisan piece. Here is the hook, which has been flattened, but you could pull it up and make it back into a circle if that's what you really want to do. At the bottom, they just ended it off, because they soldered. So I did stained glass. This is kind of like a stained glass concept. And this would be the kind of pewter soldering iron material that you would use. So they put it around and did a solder. Put it around and did a solder. And then they ended it by putting it around and having this large pulled out solder. Not sure why. I love this. I mean, it's like a piece of stained glass. And then that bottom piece, it is, I don't know. Yeah, it is a sun catcher, George. I don't know if this is from the 70s or not, but everything about it kind of says 70s to me. So that's why I brought it. I cannot make a factual statement that it's from the 70s because it's an artisan piece, but it's very much something that would have been done by artisans on the street or in a workshop in the 70s. It was not sold at like a chain store. This is something that like the Telegraph Avenue street vendors would have made and brought to sell. Probably about, $20 back then. And I just love the glass. Each one is different. I don't know if they also blew these little glass pieces and put them in there because I don't know. I do not know, but you can see this pewter, right? George says, I like that. Where did I find it? Well, George, that would be telling. I found it many months ago from another reseller. Like, I don't know, 6 months or more. And I bought it, and like I said, I've been enjoying it, and then I'm passing it on. So I see, I'm having a bidding war, which I just said I could count on one hand the number of times that I've ever had one. So, hold on. George said, is that a sun catcher? And said, 14. And yeah, George, I just found it from another reseller. Patsy said 15. George said, 16. So if I can buy from another reseller who's selling things, enough items in one sale that I can make a big enough box for shipping to not be a big thing, and I'm maybe really wanting one item, but I'm seeing other items where I could make a few dollars and the shipping is not too bad, then I will do that. And I usually hidey hole that stuff away for a while and then bring it, after I'm done enjoying it, after it's been a while. I have many sources. I go to the flea markets, the obscure costume jewelry places, the hospices, all over the place. So all together with the little bent hook on top, it is 7 inches, and the little piece at the bottom, it is 7 inches long. And again, I'm going to go ahead and say, if I am in the right place here, thank you all for giving me a little bidding war today. I appreciate it. George, there are so many resellers on YouTube. Yes, indeed. They have been around for a long time. I believe, George, if you have the tool and you hold this down with a pair of pliers and pull on this gently, that you could make it into an oval, but you don't have to, okay? So, Patsy says out to George. Last call. Anyone else, you'd need to come in at 17 or higher. I know there's a little lag. Sorry about that, y'all. Thank you, George. I try. So to George for 16. I try, George. I try. And my Mondays, thank you, George. My Wednesdays were just the same thing. vintage household and jewelry, and Friday was show and tell jewelry. But Wednesdays were never like a good time slot for me. And when I moved over to Mondays, I decided, and I promised you all, that I would do themes. So different eras of the household and vintage put together. And so far, this is my fourth one, and I think I'm doing pretty good. So I'm enjoying it. Thank you, George. And does this, George C., does this fit in with, I remember you telling me, was it a month, 6 weeks ago? You said that you were really into blue right now. I remember that. So does this help fit into your blue theme? It does have some blue glass. Oh, I just spelled the funniest word. George. That's very flattering. Thank you. I try. I spend a lot of time on it. Muppets. Muppets. Hello, hello, you. Hi. I miss you. You don't have to work on President's Day, do you, Muppets? Oh, my gosh. I hope the answer is no. I'm going to do this random thing, household, before I move on. Muppets. I love you, Muppets. I miss you guys. That's what I have to say. Is Nightmare with you? If she is, say hello, or maybe you came home. As long as the airplane engines didn't freeze. You're working, Muppets. No. Okay, this is for the whole set. Who here, besides me, remembers going to McDonald's, Denny's, bars, but mostly I remember this at fast food restaurants. The rest of the restaurants had glass ashtrays and these beautiful colored tin ashtrays, because you could smoke in all those places. I remember them, and they're these bright colors, and they just 70s caught your eye, right? Yeah, Nightmare. Good for you. I would keep her too. That's hilarious. So these are those 10 ashtrays. They're just, and I love the shape. I love the colors. The backs are all silver. So we don't necessarily use ashtrays like this. And these were meant to eventually just be crumpled up and thrown away, kind of like a paper coaster or paper doilies on tables. I've used this to display jewelry. You could use this to display your own jewelry, like, for instance, put it on a table. Here's this gorgeous mother of pearl brooch. Put it in the middle. You could use it in a shadow box. You could put muffins on these and display them at your table. Not display them, but yeah, you're displaying them, right? The muffins you made. This one has a spot, and that's just a spot of the blue coloring, because these were never used. Once they were used, they were thrown out. So it's got 2 blue. That is, look at, you see this color? It looks like teal. That is so weird. What's happening? It's dark green. why is it showing up in this strange color wave? This is dark green, y'all. I'm going to finish showing you the set, but I just see, okay, green, dark green. Dark green. I love the shiny metallic of this. I don't know. I'm like a magpie, obviously. So there's 2 green and dark green. And just like me with using, it to display jewelry, there's a million things you can do to display this. 2 gold, 2 blue, 2 green, 2 gold, and 2 red. So, and people use these for crafting for Christmas. You can punch a hole in the middle and make a whole ornament with things inside, and then put a little hook in the top. You can put lights through it. And these reflect the color up onto the item because it's so shiny. So you can put it under a jar and reflect the red up, or the blue or the green. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 for 11. Now, they were blue a minute ago. Right, I know. See, even here, back here, they're like teal. So, hi, Kat. How are you doing? So, 11 for 8 is less than $1 a piece. If someone I really don't want to split them up. I think that a crafter or someone who wants to display their jewelry kind of like in the ways I display it, or would want the whole set. So I was going to say if you wanted just 2, that I would charge $2, but I think I need to keep them as a set. I think I need to keep them as a set. And they're, like I said, they've never been used, because if they were, they would have been crumpled up and in the garbage. So these are going down. Maybe think about it and get back to me later. Kat. That's a lot, Kat. Bless your heart. That's a lot. Yeah. I understand. I don't know why she went into the hospital. I hope everything was okay. My dad, I don't even want to say this out loud, but I'm going to knock on fake wood, say a prayer. My dad has not had or needed a 911 call in 4 weeks. That's the longest we've gone in a year. And so a big part of me is waiting for how soon, when is it going to be? Because it's coming. It's like clockwork every 4 to 5 weeks. And then usually, within a week and a half to 2 weeks after that, again. It's just, I don't know what it is, but Kat, do your best to take care of yourself. And again, I know you've said you've done this before, but it's a very private thing. It's hard to talk about. It's all that stuff. But you ever want to reach out to me, do so. Because one of the hardest parts about being a caregiver is, I have this little business, which I need to make big. And I have all my own medical stuff and my own dental stuff and my own friends and my own, but all of that is pushed way over here. And I'm very isolated because he's first. Everything, he needs everything. Thankfully he doesn't have full-blown dementia, but I am like 2 people, but he is the most important. And so just let me know. If you need to talk, I'm here. Okay. Yeah, 2.5 years ago, went through for a year. Thankfully, it was fast with my mom, and then I've been with my dad ever since. Okay. Hola, Maritza. How's it going? This is another thing. Thank you, Kat. I appreciate that. We can talk about all this another time. It becomes depressing, and I'll start crying. I had a terrible weekend. This. Oh my God. Again, we're talking about the early 70s, the Vietnam War, moving into the more bold colors, the little bit of cheaper materials, but the red, white, and blue because of the war. Okay. So I almost fell down when I found this pawn through necklaces. They put it up on a rack like it was a necklace, and I was like, no, it's not. Basic plastic. Look at the jump rings in the middle, red, white, and blue. There is a Hoyt Axton song that keeps going through my mind. Red, white, and blue was his shroud. That's all I'll say. It keeps going through my mind. And it just keeps following with the centerpieces and the gold loops. And it's in really pretty good condition, considering it's just plastic. And y'all know what it is, right? It's a belt. I rocked these type. Here's the clasp for the belt. I rocked these type of big plastic belts and macrame belts on my hip hugger giant bell bottom jeans with my 5-inch candies all through the 70s. And you all know I love my plastic. So, and, red, white, and blue is still popular. So here, and why wouldn't it be? It's America. That's the colors of our flag. Elephant pants. You remember this belt, right, Kathy? Here's the end. So the way that this works, and it's long, like I am not 36, 24, 36 anymore. Ow, she's a brick house. I am not. I had a kid and that ended. But this is so big that even in my Rubenesque, close to retirement age, don't tell people that, I could still wear this, and I would. Imagine walking down the street, going to a disco, wearing your styling belt. And this is just meant to hang. It is meant to do that. It is meant to make that noise, right? And the smaller you are, this is a huge extender in the gold. Let me give you a guesstimate. The smaller you are, hold on, let me get the hook out. Oh, yeah. I should know, Al. I should post them. That is about a 5-inch extender. So, it is so cool. It weighs nothing. It is, it's our history. It is funky. Like, go watch a movie from the 70s with the hippies. You will find them wearing belts like this. I guarantee, because so I'll stand up. Because the belt part it's supposed to hang like way down here and swing back and forth on your hips when you watch. When you watch? No, you could be doing that too. When you walk. When you walk. I see Patsy in at 16. So I'm going to tell you how long this is. Because, you know, it's like, well, can I wear it? And even if you don't, put it in your collection. Good Lord, it's so incredible. 7, 14. It's meant to hang really long. 21. 28. It's about 36 inches long without the, it's a 6-inch extender. So it's like 42 inches long. 42 inches long. Piece of our history. And the other thing I used to do, because I was really tiny, so this would be huge for me. If you're smaller, you can hook it into right here, and then this whole thing drops. See that? Yeah. Yep. I was 71. I was 10. 73. I was 12. And I was in Berkeley and Telegraph Avenue. Yeah. So I see Patsy, and so I am going to say, fair warning, if anyone else is interested, you would need to come in at 17 or higher. And to give the lag a chance, I watch lots of different movies for the jewelry and the fashion these days. The plot is sometimes okay, sometimes it kind of sucks, but I look at what were they wearing, what was the style, what was, and it's fascinating. Kathy, no, you did not. Kathy, no, you didn't. Last call, 17 or higher. What? Thank you, Patsy. Another fantastic item. I was that lariat and this were like my what is going on moments. Going back here. It's hard for me because I love plastic. And I had to take a pause and say, you're not going to wear that anymore. You have a different style. Let go of it. Even though I just found it yesterday. So, Kathy, you graduated high school maybe in 73, not college. Girl, 73. I graduated high school early in 76. I took the GED and got out of there and went to college. Earthquake. Oh, yeah, American Hustle. I don't know Earthquake. How do I not know that? I have like 100 favorite movies. How do I not know that one? Let me get that start off. Sorry. What? How do I not? George, that's a recent. Is that a recent movie? American Hustle. And how about what is John Travolta in Dancing? Saturday Night Fever. Yeah. Saturday Night Fever. Okay. Moving into a little bit different of a venue here. This is one of those items that I was talking about you would take out of mom or grandma's jewelry box, with or without their knowledge, and wear it as I was in love with John Travolta back in the day, and wear it, but you wouldn't always ask mom. You would just take it. This is, so the reason why I say that is because this is not from the 70s, but I found it yesterday and I thought of how often I did that. Wait. What is this word? Well, this is very interesting. Maybe I have it upside down because I swore this said West Germany. But now when I'm trying to read it, I'm reading something totally different. Oh, come on. And I don't do the switching back and forth to down camera. Okay, I'm not sure what it says anymore. I did say start at 16. Okay, thank you, George. I will. Nope, that's not right. There is a name here, and I thought, based on the construction and everything else, I thought it said West Germany. I don't want to spend a lot of time with my loop. See, there's the writing. But it says something completely different. It doesn't say Trafari. It doesn't. I can't make out what it says on this copper hook. For all I know, it's an incredibly high-end piece. What I will tell you about this is milk glass and or porcelain. The extender, you can see right here. There's probably about that much of the pieces that are gone. This is from the 1930s, most likely. You see how it's brass and the pot metal is gone. And you see right there, the cord. It's made with cord. This is the back. And these pieces, look at these pieces. That is not dirt. That is wear over the years, where it's starting to have kind of ingrained pieces. And I believe it's hard to explain. It's not dirt. I cleaned everything. But it kind of gives you an age. Here is the front. Hold on. And see, so for anyone who knows they're older pieces from me talking, you can see, number one, that it's a brass, tiny, simplistic hook. Number two, the type of beads, this type of doubled up, the fact that it's on cord, the extender. This whole shape is generally more of a 1930s kind of West Germany style. Here's the necklace itself. It's a kind of a choker. And it has the white milk glass, much older because you saw the back. And then some of them kind of had this, like every other one has this, I think it's like painted and shellacked, beginning to wear off. Swirled greenish gold design. And I could not leave it because of how old it was. And actually, you know what I'm going to do with this piece after I show you on my neck what it looks like? So that looks like I'm in the Tudor 15th century. There you go. Oh, would go with my disco earrings. So this would have been something you take out of mom's box. And this is where it falls, right above my sternum bone. So it's about a 16-inch. It's very comfortable. And I'm going to drop this because it's lost part of the extender, but it is from the 30s, to a buy it now. I can do this because I got some of these at just such a good price, 12. And it's still 100% wearable. It's a great piece to have in your collection. And it's got this mystery maker. It's definitely much older. I'm banking European. Just dropped it to buy it now for 12. Man, I want to read that. I keep wanting to say that it says Trafari, but it doesn't. It doesn't say West Germany. I don't know what it says, but it's a something. So it's going down again. There's the back. That just shows the age. It's not dirt. Okay, I'm going to put it in a bag and move on. Could be a quiche. I'm not eating quiche. It's not could be a piece. I wind up keeping. Remember, I don't do recaps, so if anyone comes in late, you need to go to the beginning and put your settings on ×2 super fast and go through and see what I've already shown or catch it on the replay. Let's see. Let's do another piece of jewelry. I want to do these because I love these. I have not understood. I mean, I understand because they're, but I don't understand. So and that's okay. I can't understand everything. If I understood everything, life would be pretty boring, number one. And number two, I don't think I would be here anymore. I think I would be some exalted being. And I'm not entirely sure I want to be an exalted being. Nope. I think that would be a lot of work. Okay, I'm just laying these out from their bag so I can show you and then put them right back in the bag. So it's all of these for 16 start. These are pierced. These are late 60s, totally going into the 70s. I call these ones green eggs and ham. They're all about 1 inch across. I'm not going to hold them up again, but that whole thing comes together. The other set of pierced, these are like a red orange, and see the multicolors? I have not tested these, but I have wondered if they're Bakelite. But I have not tested them. So it's possible that someone will get Bakelite. These are probably 1.25 inches long. So those are the two pierced. It's all plastic earrings. And then you have your button clip-on. These are light pink. They are not white. They are light pink, but that is not showing. See, my poodle is pink. There you go. Light pink. The back shows the pink a little more. Clip-ons. They're very mod, right? Because that's the other thing. The 60s was mod, moving into the groovy 70s. And then the yellow button clip-ons. None of them have a maker. So that is 4 pairs, one of which may be Bakelite. One is green eggs and ham. Those are pierced. And then the 2 button set of mod earrings. If you don't wear these, display them in those tin ashtrays on your vanity, in your bathroom. They're a conversation piece. Plastic like this pulls at my heartstrings. Don't ask me why. There's something with me and plastic. Thank you, George. There's just something with me and plastic. Okay. Let's do another. This could be 60s or 70s, although I'm leaning to the 70s. So because this is when I remember all of this becoming extremely popular. I remember becoming aware of it when I would go in like the Woolworths and go shopping when I was a teenager in the 70s. And then going back to visit my family, my aunts and my cousins, where I was born in North Carolina and down into South Carolina, in all the stores that sold nothing but kitschy seashell stuff, right? So that's what I remember this from. And I love them. Yes, I bought them from another retailer. And I don't remember who anymore. Some hardware store. No idea. Salt. Love this acrylic over the abalone shell. Salt and pepper on wood shakers. So the pepper has one hole right in the middle of the P. Did I just see something? No. For a minute, I thought that I saw a missing chunk, but it's just the way the abalone chips are sealed in there. And the salt has 2. These were never used as far as I can tell. They look like someone got them for a gift. I mean, the wood they're lightweight. The wood is in perfect shape. The corks were the corks are original because the hardware store thing is still down there. That's interesting. Let me tell you how tall they are. You know, I've got to get, I've got to just turn it over. There you go. They're 3.5 inches tall by about 2 inches wide. Salt and peppies. I love these. Think about your outdoor summer barbecue picnics. Think about taking these with you to the beach in your little hamper, your little picnic basket. Yeah. At the beach. I said that. I mean, I wasn't even, how perfect is that? Yeah. Camping in your motorhome. Yep, all of that. Okay. So since I don't do recaps, y'all have to let me know. Now, I just want to show this in case anyone is watching. A lot of people collect this stuff. A lot of people are interested in this. I have a bag of all different sizes and shapes of old beakers. People use these as flower vases. They use these to display earrings. They use them to craft and make things with. I have not unpacked that whole bag, but I have a bunch of them, all different sizes. So if anyone is interested in this type of thing, send me an email. They will come up eventually, and they're not. Now, here's the thing. They are, in a terrible way, a 70s theme. But I didn't want to get into that, so I didn't unpack them. Because by the end of the 70s, there was a whole bunch of stuff being made in beakers, hitting the streets, right? That wasn't so great. But we, as a repurposing vintage community, can turn that around. And we do all kinds of other stuff with these now. So I've got a bunch. So if anyone is interested, without me needing to wait to bring it on, let me know. They're all clear. I don't have like the reds or the blues. So Maritza Ola, I said that before. You would like the $12 white necklace. Good for you. You mean this 1930s one? Yes? I just want to double check before I say sold. Okay, fantastic. I think it's a great buy. And I mean, I'm saying West Germany because I know it's the 30s and that style. If you figure out what the maker is, please let me know. Because I mean, I could probably spend half an hour with my loop and figure it out. But I don't want to take all of your time doing that. Thank you, Maritza. Hands up. I do too, honey. It's got to be pretty obvious by now. Oh, my goodness. And I like let me do this. I like the kitschier and the more craftsman plastic, the older, the kind of funky, the unique. I don't know. I like it all. More than I like precious stones. Thank you, Kathy. Why? Why would I like all this type of stuff more than I like precious stones? I don't know. In my poodle pin, but I do. There's just something about it. And I think a lot of that has to do with the craftsmanship of it and the history. The history. So these start at $8. Oh, I'm so sorry, y'all. $8 and it's choice. You know, it's hard to talk nonstop and never make a mistake. So forgive me. I make mistakes. I love these. If I have a fan base who loves these and wants me to pick up more, let me know. I can pick up a bunch of them in different designs. Frida Kahlo. They are about probably maybe 2.5 inches square. I love her. And her art was starting to become, I mean, it was well known before the 70s, but starting in the 70s, it was starting to really be appreciated by the whole world. By the time we got to the 90s, she was everything, right? The movie was made about her, the book. I mean, but to me, she's very much 1950s, 60s, and 70s. Just this incredible artist. And this is some artisans, like silk screening painted little redware tiles. I found this huge basket of them at this place I went to yesterday. I could, and there's other styles. I just picked these two. I thought they were the best. But, you know, there are other styles of her on there. And I could see putting these together and making a whole, like take a plain wooden box, okay? You have a plain old wooden jewelry box. Get a whole bunch of these Frida Kahlo tiles and just put them around the bottom with epoxy glue as an edging. Put them on the lid. So when you lift it, then this is what you see. Use your imagination. I love them. And I realize I may have to sit on them a while, and then I may not. I'll give you a dimension. And honestly, if anyone here loves her as much as I do, and you would like a bunch of these tiles, you want the yellow one, you want the blue one, you want just a mixture, let me know. And if someone were to want, say, at least 10, I can drop the price to $5 a piece, 10 or more, okay? So, yeah, they're 2 inches in full diameter, 2 inches. I just, you know, that's me. She's one of my sheroes, as we would say. Sheroes. And Kathy, again, thank you for telling Day Trip Julie about my beakers. Now, I don't know who that is. And I feel like if you know who that is, I should know who that is. But who is it that she's never come across my feed? Is that her whole name, Kathy? Like, is that the name of her channel? Inquiring minds over here. Inquiring minds. Let me know. So, let's do this. I'm very sure this is a 70s item. Very sure means, when I say very sure, I'm talking 80 to 85%. Oh, so Kathy, is that her full name for her channel? So I could just put in Day Trip Julie and find her crafting show on Thursdays at 2, 11 a.m. my time. Well, that's even better. Then that's her full name. Okay, there you go. I will be looking for it. So this is a gold tone domed brooch. You see the clasp. We're getting into the 70s now. Day Trip Co. Okay. You've got okay, so the top rhinestone is large and just clear, but the bottom rhinestones, they're all prong set, are AB coated. The top one is not, but the bottom ones are. See the flash of pinks and blues? See the prongs in there? Almost very opalescent with this AB coating. And this is very well done. Often I bring mother of pearl like this. Hold on. I did this in the beginning. Let me do it again. Yep. Often I bring mother of pearl like this, and it's thinner cuts, and it's just kind of the luster and the colors that mother of pearl can have is washed out and disappeared. Not on this one. And you see like the lines, it's highly polished, but this, you can feel that piece. So they left some artistry in there. It is a real, I've never seen a brooch quite like this, but I mean, there's so much out there. See the dome? They did such a great job. Here's the bottom layer, here's the top, and then there's the rhinestone on the top. It's a really, I love this piece. And this mother of pearl is so thick, and the luster and the polish, but yet leaving that jaggedness in there. Whoever this is, there's no maker. And setting it on this round domed metalwork. Whoever made this really did an excellent job. And it's just gold tone, you know, standard gold tone. It is, whoops, sorry, got one of my country shirts on, y'all. That's pretty much all I wear. Look at the sparkle from back here. So out in the sun, you're going to get a lot of bling. It's really, this is a nice one. This is a nice one. Day Trip Vintage. Okay, thank you, Kathy. And Kathy, you never answered me. You graduated high school in 73. So then you're only like 4 years older than me. That's not that. Okay. I was thinking, you know, you were like 10 years older than me or something. And I was thinking, no, you're not. That's not, Kathy, that's not that much older. So it is a little more than 1.5 inches in the bottom in diameter, just a smidge more. And then standing up tall, because it's quite a dome on here, it's about 3/4 of an inch, but then the way they set the clasp on, so that adds height, it's an inch high in total. It's an inch high in total. 70. Okay, well, 7 years. That's not that much. So think about it. This, I'm bringing 70s prices today, right? And I got really good deals. So normally, well, not normally, but yeah, I probably would have started this at 20, but I'm trying to do, you know, a 70s kind of thing. So think about it. I don't do recaps. Start at 15. High school, yes, 70. Well, I'm going to be 64 I'm going to be 46. I transposed the numbers. Y'all. You heard wrong. In April. Like I said, I took the GED because why? High school in the 70s in Berkeley was a madhouse. It was just nuts. And it was I love learning. I read books. I love learning. I learn all the time. I use big words, I'm pretty intelligent, but I couldn't learn anything in that madhouse. And so I was like, I'm getting out of here. I'm taking the GED and I am going to college. So that's what I did. And, I was 16 and I was with my friends. It was the weekend. So I stayed up almost all night long watching TV, talking crap, doing whatever stupid teenagers do. And I walked in at 7:30 that morning. I was the third person to walk out of the room, and I scored in the highest percentile of the 150 people that were there. And I didn't study. I didn't do anything because I was intelligent. I was just bored. I was just bored. Boring. I love this piece. Back to jewelry. This is the back. It is copper. I cannot, this is one of those things we would have been, look at that older pin. Yeah. Handmade, I believe. This is a piece we would have took out of mom's or dad's jewelry box. I believe this could easily be for a gentleman. You can see how old this is. The copper all around here where the pin back was soldered on is turning green. I do not take away the patina. And see, anyone who's been with me for a while knows what I'm talking about when I talk about this older pin back. I put the start in. Where'd it go? 16. I didn't highlight it. Sorry. There you go, Kathy. Yeah, it gets boring. So handmade, here is this rivet put on this top hat. Why? And I think the top is copper. The bottom is copper, but inside here it's so very shiny. It kind of makes me wonder if it was a copper over a little bit of brass, but I don't think so. And the pin back does come through just a little right here. So, 60s. Look at that. This is like, the Spanish or, and the long feather coming off the hat when you're riding a horse or you're going out on the town. Yep. I love this thing. And this is to me totally unisex. I hope y'all are appreciating my 70s prices. And it's filled with clear rhinestones to accentuate the feather. It's just a cheaper silver tone metal. It's not sterling silver or any of that. But it's pretty dang fancy. And I love the way the brim is flipped up like that. Gentlemen, if there are any gentlemen out there who would like to wear vintage jewelry, this is a perfect piece for you. Put it on your jean jacket. Put it on your going out shirt. Put it on the brim of your hat. not a baseball cap, but your hat. This is really unique. Definitely not mass produced. You're not going to find it elsewhere. From the 60s. So you'd be taking it out of mom, or I believe dad's jewelry box. So with the feather, it is 2 inches. Without the feather, so 1.25 inches. Yeah. And then, it stands 3/4 of an inch tall with the hat brim. So I don't do recaps. This cool little hat that you would have taken out and put on your shirt and probably lost it, and mom would be pissed, or dad would be pissed. It's going down. And today is my 70s prices. Who knows what they're going to be when I bring it back next time. I always reserve the right. I give the replay, I usually give a replay about 4 or 5 days. Sometimes I bring something back right away. But, that's 4 days in between. Yeah, 4 or 5 days. And then I either lower or raise prices or do whatever I think is appropriate. Because, I got to make a living. I'm going to do this necklace and a couple pieces of jewelry and then move to housewares. I think I'm maintaining a pretty good speed today. This is definitely one of those things you would have took out of mom's jewelry box. And you would have been envy of your girlfriends because it's so hippie, what they now call boho, right? Because boho's kind of a little more muted. Hi, Anna. How are you? Boho's kind of a little more muted than the super loud hippie style. But they're very, they just like all styles, styles go around and come back. And, this is, I think this piece, Muppets, you're still here, Muppets and Nightmare. I want to go play with you guys, but I don't want to be in the freezing cold. Can you make all the freezing cold go away, and then I'll come up to the museum and go to a campground and hang out with you guys? I think this is from Muppets. Talk to Nightmare and get rid of the cold up there. And then I'll go to the museum when it's open, and we'll do like a big camping trip. Heck yeah. I think this is from the 20s or 30s. Now, again, the color is totally washed out. Well, look at the lag on my computer. That's better. Ugh. No, see, I can't do that. This is bright orange. You see this in here? I got to do this. I don't understand it. There you go. It is, that's not even right. It's bright orange. It's because this window is right here. There you go. You see this orange? It is bright orange. The color is totally washed out. Hey, Sarah Lee. Hello, hello. So please keep in mind, this is bright orange as I show you the construction. You see the fine wire that they used? Look at that. It is most likely copper wire. It is skinny, tiny, tiny. These are all glass beads. Hold on. There's the jump ring. That's been added. That's totally modern. Look at this bead. And there's, I wish the bright orange was showing that. Really, it's so washed out. See that? Look at the construction. And you can see it was all hand wrapped because each one is just a little funky, right? Anyone remember this in their mom's jewelry boxes? Here's these big round drop oval. So these were hand blown and, you know, dropped, right? Like how you see when they're rolling the glass and rolling the glass. That's what was happening here. These dainty little orange beads. I wonder if this glows. I do not know. It's a pretty good long one. It's super dainty. And then, see, that's modern jump ring and clasp that was put on here. Nothing to do with it originally. So that part is been replaced. Okay, I was just making sure the clasp still works. I'm going to check if this glows just for the heck of it. There is some green and whites and blacks and yellow in these beads. And I really wish I could show you how orange they are. It's orange, orange. And there is the smallest amount. You're not going to be able to see it. There is the smallest, I don't even know what I just said. Smallest amount of glow in these, in these hand-blown glass beads. Actually, you know, I'm going to go with this could be Victorian. It's so delicate. $18 is a fabulous price for this. It is long. So again, there you go. So that is about 20 inches long. It's above everything and it mixes and matches with this really well. I'm just sorry you can't see that it's dark, dark orange. That's really a bummer. Well, Kat says, I don't care. Kat says, I see the vision. So, and I mean, this, I'm going to do fair warning if I'm in here. Thank you, Kat. Thank you. This whole thing fits in my hand. I don't even think it weighs an ounce. I mean, that's how delicate this is. It's incredible. Me too, Kat. I'm right there with you. So that was fair warning. It's dark orange. And I think it is Victorian. In looking at, so this would have come out of Grandma's jewelry box to wear in the 70s. Grandma would be real happy about that, right? If anyone else is interested, last call, you need to come in at 19 or higher. And it is dark, dark orange. The window is just blowing it out. If anyone saw it, see, look at it, it's like nothing. If anyone saw it in my preview, then okay. Then you know. Sold to Kat for $18. Thank you, Kat. You're gonna love it. I watch your orange bead. I watch your, I watch you on Saturdays, and I look at your jewelry drop sales. You have a good eye, and I appreciate your eye. Yeah, you're a kindred spirit. Let me get a bag and put it in to the bag. It's very delicate. I made them put everything, depending on how heavy or delicate it was, into separate bags. They wanted to throw everything in one bag, and all these necklaces and everything. I was like, no, excuse me, no. She does. She does, George. She does indeed. Okay. One more jewelry item, and then I'm going to, I have a lot of stuff. Then I'm going to do a few more household items. So this is just fun. Let me take that off. There you go. And again, thank you, Kat. So this is a buy it now for $10. I have had this. Why can't, come on. I know you can show my show. There, that I had to tap that so many times. I have had this item for maybe 8 months, and I have been waiting for the right sale. Well, the 70s theme, this is the right sale. This is an anklet. And listen, we heard all those little bells ring. Man, I wore toe rings and an anklet up until my late 30s. Someone made this. Do I know if they made this in the 70s? I do not. Do I know that these beads are older? That I do know. The rest of it, I don't. They wove this, and so you unclasp it there, and it's large. See, it's larger than a bracelet, because look at that. See? Because it's an anklet. A skinny ankle, it'd be too big for. But a regular sized person ankle with a little bit of falling on the top of your foot right there, perfect. So it's got these green, and then the cordage is almost like that red, white, and blue theme. These incredible bells. These are very old bells. So if this was not made in the 70s, they found old beads and bells to make it. They took something apart, or it's from another country. I don't know. And these are little daisies. Yeah. Buy it now for $10. I love this. Think about summer coming up. Anyone still rock anklets? This is spectacular. And Muppets. Muppets is like, I rock anklets. Ooh, are you thinking of someone? I could totally, she's so tiny, but I could totally see that, Muppets. I'm just taking a wild guess over here. So it's a little hard to measure properly with the clasp, but Muppets has bought it, but it's 4.5 inches, Muppets, on each side. So it is sold to Muppets. Whoops. Let me make sure I'm in the right place. Thank you, Muppets. Now, Muppets. Oh, is it for you? I think you'll love it if it's for you. You've got cold winters and hot summers. Yeah. I was thinking you were going to tell me it was a gift. But your weather is not quite as brutal. Maybe it is. Muppets. Is it as brutal as Nightmares weather? Is it like the same? So it's no big deal whether you're where you live or if you're with Nightmare, it's like the same weather? Just curious. Super cold and then super hot. I don't know. Okay. One last piece of jewelry and then I'll do a few housewares. I'm going to do these because I think these are, yay, Muppets, great piece. Look at what I highlighted. That's okay. Promoting Kat in her channel. If y'all don't know, Calypso Antiques Cats. And Sabrina on Saturdays. Give them a follow. They are so lovely. And they have great Saturday sales. Kat has jewelry drop sales. Should check that out. Yep. You know, we are all friends. Even if there's so many of us selling here, we're all friends and we all need to promote each other and care about each other. That's how I feel. You know, there's some big resellers that, you know, are super picky about who they align with and who they're comfortable with and whatever. I don't know. And that's okay. You can totally do that. But for me, there's room for everyone. And I promote everyone because why not? You know, we all have different things. We all do different things. We all can stumble and bumble a little bit. We all learn from each other. And I'm good with that. You know, we can't all be 5,000, 10,000 followers and like perfect. Okay, so these are these honkin' clip-on 70s, maybe earlier with the little comfort clip part put in here. Are they silver tone? Yep, silver tone. Clear rhinestone earrings. These are, I don't know, I've never seen, and they're heavy. I've never seen these. So I know this is right into the 70s because they're starting to try to mimic like the hoops, the pierced ears, but still for people who wear clips. Yes. Husky and Sarah Lee. Yes. Look at this. There is no maker. There is no name. There is no maker. They are solid. This is just that comfort clip. So this is that soft plastic that you can put in. They came out with these. These didn't come with it, but you could push this through and then it wasn't as hard on your ear, right? Look at that. Incredible. I don't know. I mean, maybe these are earlier than I'm thinking. I just saw them, and because I'd never seen such heavy, huge rhinestone clip-ons like this before, I was like, well, I have to pick that up. I mean, this is just that pot metal, you know? So maybe it's earlier. And let me show you. Look at that. So I will put one on. Starts at 13. I will put one on. I just have older ears, so I cannot wear a lot of things anymore. Look at that. Sexy. I'm serious. Look at that. That is sexy. Wow. Not bad at all. I just know that and it's very tight. It's not going anywhere. Nope. It's holding on really good. I just know that after an hour or so, my ears would get tired because they're older, but it's solidly clipped on. It's not feeling like it's loose or going to fall off, or even with the weight of it. So there you go. 13. Wowzer. Wowzer. And I put this. Kathy. Bye, Kathy. Hey, Kathy. I know you're leaving, but can you IG me about if you can sew a quilt top on to something? Or if I remember, I will IG you. It's just I never remember things until it's too late and I've gotten involved in a million other things. So they are 1.5 inches long. Yeah. And that doesn't include the curling up at the bottom. And almost 1 inch wide. So Kathy, me or you, email, IG, message, not email, message. Okay, so these are going away, but they're even good quality stones. Yep. I'm going to put these over here because I'm thinking about what I want to do with them. Okay. So, Kathy, I hope you have a fabulous evening. And is it that time? It's not that time, but it is a holiday. Who knows what's going on out there in the world? I don't know what's going on in the world. I mean, I do. I actually know way too much about what's going on in the world, but that's not what I mean. Ow. Oh, sorry. My neck just gave it to me. So this is just early 60s, 70s plastic. I love the color. It's $8. It's a mix and match piece. A lot of people still wear this stuff. I love plastic. I picked it up. See the cord? It's older. And my color, it's driving me nuts. There you go. This is like, there you go. It's like a red magenta. Graduated sizes with gold spacers in between. It's probably about a 24 to 26 inch long necklace. Very get out of mom's jewelry box and wear in the 70s. Here I am doing that thing where I feel like I should be bowing to you all, or that I am. And I do that. I feel like I'm bowing. No, it's a little shorter. Not much. It's about 22 to 24 inches. And it's just to buy it now at $8. I just love plastic. It's got that soft, there's no seams. It's this beautiful red magenta. Reminds me of Bakelite. I know it's not Bakelite, or I really don't think it is. I didn't test it. But it just reminds me of that. And because I love plastic, and because I can sell it at $8, I picked it up and I brought it. I mean, it's nothing to scream about, but there it is. Okay, one last piece of jewelry, then I'm moving to Housewares. Not one last. I have more than that, but one last piece for now. And then I'm going back to the 70s housewares. Okay. And like I said, today is a day of trying to have trying to have 2025 70s prices. Since my theme is the 70s. Oh no. I can't turn that phone off. Sorry. It's maybe my dad is out there and will actually pick it up. Doubtful. He's one of those people that my mom and dad's whole life, when the phone rings, 510 hold on, y'all. 8346. Oh my Lord. No one's available to take your phone call right now. Oh my God. My whole life, I would call this house and know that my mother or father was standing over the answering machine waiting to see who it was to decide if they would pick it up. It's infuriating. And they still do that. There's another set out there in the dining room, and my dad could just pick it up. And if it's no one, hang up, right? But no. But no. Okay. So this is very much a 70s. What is that called? I think it's called herringbone style chain. It is that electroplated gold look. It may actually be electroplated gold. This was the thing in the 70s, this style. I'm trying to, hold on. Trying to get the chain. Here you go. See that? I think that's herringbone. Could be remembering incorrectly. Here is what someone did. So what I need to tell you is this is the ends, right? Where the chain goes into. This is the jump rings. And they put the two jump rings together because it's missing a clasp. That doesn't detract you from getting it over your head. However, I will put a clasp on for you if you buy this, okay? Because that's easy. If that's what you want. It's so long. Yeah, this is gold. It's probably like the 10 karat or whatever, but this was the common, so you can see back here. The common like 10 karat, gold chain thing that they did in the 70s. And this is an extra long one. Here's the top. And then it comes down here to these beautiful cloisonne beads. So that's what I want to show you. And the colors are washing out. These are light pink with the blue flowers, that gold. Can you feel it? Yes, you can feel the cloisonne work. So they're hand painted. You can feel it with your hands. Thank you, Kat. This is a baby blue. Man, these are so pretty. And this is just a gold tone spacer, but this is definitely that herringbone or fishtail. I don't think fishtail is right. Less expensive gold chain. There's a spacer here. This is like a rose pink, hand painted cloisonne. here is a white one. So you get the idea, right? These are definitely older. Another pink one. So let me show you. Let me get this back up here. And I can put a clasp on this. Easy peasy. I used to make jewelry all the time. I have all of that stuff. So this is a white one at the bottom. Two like deep rose, almost like desert rose, baby blue, and light pink on an incredibly, no, you don't, Kat. That's exactly what I was thinking when I picked it up. And the pastel makes it not really 70s. Pastel would be 80s, right? So for 70s, that's pushing it. It is so long. So that's why I'm saying I'll put a clasp on it, but you don't need a clasp. But I will put it on there. And for $18, I think that's a very, very good price. It is my price today. Friday, I don't know. 7. 14. Without a clasp, it is like 16 inches on each side. So it's 32 inches long in total on this herringbone, probably 10 or 12 carat. The clasp is gone, so we can no longer read it, but I know that this is gold because I wore this in the 70s. 70s gold chain with these pastel hand-painted cloisonne beads. 2, 4, 6, 7 of them with the gold spacers. And if I had this on, it would go down to about here. Yeah, it's long. It's beautiful. So 18, I don't do recaps. And I'm bringing the good prices today. And, you know, I always have to clear this up when I say it. Sometimes it sounds like a threat. I'm not threatening anyone. I'm just kind of more saying that I reserve the right after, 4 or 5 days and having such a huge stack of jewelry that I have to replenish and keep bringing and keep rotating. I reserve the right to raise or lower prices after 4 or 5 days because I'm a business. So I'm not threatening you. I just want to be clear because that sounds terrible. Oh my goodness. Yeah. YouTube. Kat, I'm reading your above comment. YouTube. The community is just, for the most part, filled with compassion and kindness, and we all just come together in the love of vintage and antique and leave everything else behind. And when someone is going through something and we can do something about it, we do, and if nothing else, we say a prayer. We tell them we hope they'll get better soon. I mean, we get more positive here than walking in the grocery store. You used to get that in a grocery store from complete strangers. Not anymore. Cave of Wonders. Hello, hello. How are you? Welcome in. It's nice to see you. Okay, I'm going to do a household item. I'm going to do these 2 and then a small one, and I still have several back there. So this starts at what it starts at. I can't help it. Now, this was actually made in the 1960s. Or I think it's 1960 exactly. Whoops, upside down. Haven't brought him back in a long time. I got tired of trying to sell him. So this is California Themes Incorporated, 1960 USA. I think he cost $5 new in 1960. He is a man's wallet. It's kind of like, oh good Lord, Pulp Fiction, but it's a different one. This was a man's, I believe this was for a brush. Unclear. This was for the wallet. This went on his bedside table or his dresser top. And this was like for watch, ring, keys. And here's the dude. He's hitchhiking. I think he's people say kangaroo, but I see also a red fox. And he's hitchhiking. This is a tree with a hollow stump, right? That's what this is. These are hugely collectible. Now, just because this is a man's caddy from the 1960s, and there's, other than some crazing on the clear coat, there's nothing wrong with this piece at all, other than a little bit of dirt or dust, maybe. You could absolutely use this as a woman. You could keep, I don't know, use your imagination. You could put something like ephemera with a, let's do it. You could have a clip like this and put ephemera that comes up over his head, right? To jazz him up if you want, or not. Could keep a necklace in here that hangs down over the side. Yep, for display. You could put a ring on his thumb, even over his little ears if you want. He's not that thin, but do be careful. You could put anything in here that you would like. It doesn't have to be for your watch, but if you, watches are coming back. Watches are coming back. If you wear a watch, you could go in here. You could probably put your cell phone. Where's my cell phone? Could I put my cell phone in here? Let's find out, y'all. Hat pins. There you go. Yes. My cell phone fits more than halfway inside. I never tried that before. So, these are extremely collectible. You can find them on eBay. See, I don't know. I think he's a fox. I don't think this one is a kangaroo. So I'll give you a dimension and I'll move on. These are so, in the kitsch world, these are huge. And he's 60s, but you would have seen him on Dad's dresser, as a kid. And you would have seen, oh, that's where Dad keeps his watch at night. That's where Dad's wallet is if, you needed $1. He's about 7 inches tall. So I figured he'd fit in with my 70s theme. He's hard to measure. About 6 inches wide, about 7 inches tall, 6 inches wide on the front, but then wide from front to back, 5 inches. So it's a big, solid piece. And he's just happy. And I know 36, but I also know what these can go for online. And I know what I paid for him as well. So again, it's upside down. California Themes Incorporated, 1960 USA. He cost $5 new. $5 back in the days of Woolworths, y'all. In the dime stores. Am I the only person here? I will put him back over here. Am I the only person who remembers? Because I'm only 46. Yeah. Thank you, Cave of Wonders. Am I the only person who remembers getting like a nickel and then finally maybe 20 cents if you did extra chores when you were older, allowance, and going into the local dime stores that had wooden floors with stacked made wooden boxes raised up? So you'd have this box, this one, just in a long row, and there'd be like 5 rows like that, and it would start at a penny, nickels, dimes, quarters, and that's what you went through and you spent your allowance. It was all toys. It was all filled with toys. The penny row, the nickel rows, the dime rows, and you as a child, me as a child, would spend like an hour in there deciding how to spend your nickel. Yeah. Am I the only one that remembers that? Am I the only one maybe that had the good fortune of being raised in a smaller town and having that? I mean, I used to go in there and just, lose my mind. Honestly, I would go in there by myself, or I would go in there with a friend. We'd ride our bikes, and you could just set your bikes down on the sidewalk, no big deal, and spend like an hour deciding how to spend a nickel. Imagine if we still did that today. Maybe we'd all be rich. So, ring light's blowing it out. This is a probably 60s, possibly 70s milk glass pitcher. I really like this one. I think I'm breaking even at this price, but that's okay. This reminds me of an owl. And there's the nose. That's what I see. I don't know the pattern. What I really liked about this picture is the handle. See how it looks like hand carved? Like you're whittling wood. And you can feel those ridges like you're whittling wood. Yep. That is this difference. That is what attracted me to this piece. I have no idea what this pattern is. It's not a daisies and buttons. It's, I mean, this is, but it absolutely isn't. And then this in between, I have no idea. There is a little nick right there. I just felt it. That's the only thing that's going on here. Here's the inside. Again, it has this really nice edging. It's a big piece. Here's look at that. See, there's the price. I paid $5. So I'm making $4. That never happens. Here's the bottom. If that gives anyone a clue as to the maker, please let me know. I don't think I'll ever know all the patterns to this, nor do I know if it matters. So I paid $2 and I'm asking $9. That's not right. So I'm going to retract that. I paid $5. Sorry. Retract. I'm going to retract that. And it has that one chip and I paid $5. And I really just want someone to have it. So I have just lowered the price by $2. So let me tell you the dimensions and I will move on. It is 4 inches tall by 3.5 inches wide without the handle. With the handle, 5 inches. Whoa, I touched something. Buy it now for 5. It does not glow. I don't know what's happening with the color that's making it have that green thing going on. And it does. It looks like an owl face to me. Deliberate? I don't know. I wish I had the creamer with this. And I wish I knew the maker, but I don't. I wish a lot of things. You know what I mean? I wish a lot of things. Thank you, everyone. I haven't said this today, and I apologize. How rude of me. Thank you, everyone that's here. Thank you, everyone that's been here. And thank you, everyone that has been chatting and purchasing today. I don't know why I haven't said that a long time ago. It's really rude. I usually say that several times throughout my live sales. I don't know what's wrong with me. Well, I do know, but I'm not usually rude. Unless you get on my bad side. You get on my bad side, I might get a little rude, but usually we can work it out. As long as you know how to communicate where you're coming from and I communicate where I'm coming from, we're good. We're good. Okay. So I'm going to do these 2 in a row. They're different and they're also totally the same. That makes any sense at all. Which it doesn't until you see the items. But, okay. StreamYard. I'd like to show the comment. Thank you. Okay. So this, again, absolutely 1970s. Twisted, braided. Is this the herringbone? I think that only applied to the fine chains. I'm just going to call it twisted or braided. There you go. It is showing up now. It's got a very shiny gold tone color. It is a bracelet. There you go. Yep, it's very shiny. This, everyone had these in the 70s. Everyone had these. It was like a prerequisite to being a teenager or something. I don't know what that was about. And I believe this was a man's. Because look how big. This is the clasp. Look how big that is on me. Even though women, you know, I'm a medium size wrist, right? Even though women have large wrists, this is very large. And this was a very, women wore these huge rope twisted ones that were like, you know, Italian style, but men wore them even more. It's kind of like a macho thing, if you will, right? So that's big. This is the size of a man's bracelet. Now, what is happening here? Hold on. I know this. There you go. It's me. I'm being an idiot. That's what's happening. Okay. There's a clasp. Is this from the 70s? No, I don't think so. I think it's a little more modern, but it is that style that all the men and some of the women wore in the 70s. So it went in my theme. $12. I don't think this has ever been worn. It's just gold tone. I love this style. And it's big. I would say if you're a larger woman, you could wear it. It's classy. It sparkles. But I would say it was made for a man. It is 4.5 inches. Get out. Yeah, 4.5 inches. That's long. Let's measure this differently. Now this is when I wish I had a mandrel for bracelets. So if I open it up in more of a circle, like as if it was on me, I'm going to get a different dimension that's better. 3. See, and I wear like 2.5 to a 2 2 3/4. So it's 3 inches. Yep. And did I just see? I'm pretty sure I'm imagining things. No, I thought maybe I saw a maker's mark. So that was a start at 12. Now, and it's going. It's going. And I'm just going to leave it. This item's going to start at 12 too. I'm fine with that. This is the same thing, but in a much lighter gold. And this is older. This is more the original. Okay. Twisted 1970s necklace. Again, mostly for men, as a sign of, I don't know, that you were, I don't know. This was like a whole Italian thing that came along in the 70s, you know. Here's the clasp. Here's the same type of caps to put this braided wrapped chain in. You know, you're in Europe. Think about this. So royalty, men and women, covered in jewels. That remained fashionable in Europe for a long time and still is more fashionable in Europe than America. So the whole Italian chain thing came along in the 70s in a big way for men. Bracelets, chains, more fashion jewelry, you know, and the real gold and silver chains like this that cost a ton of money. This whole thing did not start with wrappers. This started in the 70s. You know, saying, hey, you too can wear this really cool jewelry. And it was totally popular with all my friends. They all had them, along with the puka shells. So it is 10 inches on each side. So if it was me, it'd be fitting right about where this is. And so the same for a man, right? It's supposed to be short. It's supposed to be one of those things where, you know, you pop your collar, open a little bit, unbutton the top button, and then you got your gold showing. And then you got your matching bracelet, and you go out to dinner, or you drive your Corvette, or whatever you're doing. Yeah. Sarah Lee, there you go. Nice one. That was very good. There you go. Just like, and also, everybody was kung fu fighting. Do you remember that? Are you as old as me to remember that crap? All the teenage boys would put that song on and then parade around the room, karate chopping everything. Hawa! You know, like, and kicking their feet up like they knew what they were doing. They never took any martial arts in their life. But, ooh, they were so manly. Oh, my God. I'll never forget it. Oh, Shaft. So iconic. Ah, I love that. I love that. I love this song. I can hear the do-do-do-do-do, in my head right now. I'm a music person. Sorry, I'll be quiet. Okay. Everything in my life is like defined by, I was listening to that song when my mood feels like this song now. This starts at 68. I have brought this so many times. I don't know why I still have it. It is worth probably 3 times as much as I'm asking. That's a fact. I don't know why it doesn't sell. Isaac Hayes, sexy, sexy. Oh, sexy. Stop it, Sarah Lee. So, seriously. So, this is amethyst and peridot on sterling silver. It is an artisan made ring. It is so pretty. I'll take it off in a minute. I want you to see how high it is, how many stones it has. It would fit, I believe. Yeah, it fits this finger on me. Ignore that. Look at how beautiful. And if you hit someone, it would protect you. But don't do that, please. I don't promote that. If you had to defend yourself, that's a better way of saying that. It's all prong set. It is carved on the band. It is open. This is a heck of a lot of work, y'all. All the stones, it's open. Look at that. So pretty. Isn't it pretty, Muppets? Oh my gosh, look at it. And it's heavy. It's, oof. It's so pretty. I mean, I have brought this probably 10 times. And I'm not making a whole lot of money on this. I've got to tell you, I'm not making much at all. And I beg you to take a screenshot and look up a ring with this many amethysts and peridots, artisan made, sterling silver. Thank you. Susan Davis. Hello, Susan. Welcome. Thank you. They're about to get changed. This is what I call it, my kind of like fire opal or unicorn, or I don't know. It's a lot of fun though. Thank you. I appreciate that compliment. I beg you to take a screenshot of this and look at the prices and then get back to me. I will tell you how the dimensions is 1.25 inches long. and anywhere from an inch to an inch and a quarter wide. And it has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 amethysts, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pieces of peridot, 3 of which are small and 3 of which are larger. I will get out of the way, take a screenshot, and look it up. Sorry, the lighting's a little bad. I'm going to wind up. I'm going to look at that. See? Now, let me tell you the size. I forgot to tell you the size. It's a little loose on that finger, but then it's too tight on this finger. Hence the problem. So, it is, here's the US. It is, the bottom is at like 9.5. And the main band too. It's about a 9.5. So it's also a large size. 9.5, 68. Okay. It's too small for this finger and it moves around too much on that finger. That is why I'm not keeping it. I bought it for myself, but it's just not quite right. Sexy. Talk about sexy. Okay. What do I want to do now? Let's do a couple inexpensive jewelry items, like inexpensive 70s, yada yada. And then I will move to some housewares and, carry on. Buy it now. Buy it now, $8. This is very 1970s. I remember going into what was back then a new thing, an oddity, the Indian import kind of gift stores and clothing. Those were brand new, arriving in the 70s back then. They weren't something that you used to see, on main streets, if you will. So this is a gold bracelet with colored pieces of plastic with this. I'm losing the words for what this is. It's raised wire and then these little soldered pieces, but I'm lost the name for what that is. There's 2 little gold bracelets. So let me turn this around. And it's just a little thing, but it's colorful, it's fun, it's nothing, and it's something you would have worn in the 70s. Sarah Lee, thank you. And then these are just 2 gold tone. Possibly they come with it. So the whole thing, buy it now for $8, comes together. 2 little gold tone bracelets. And I can't find anything inside of these bracelets. So I'm calling them just gold tone. But what I want to say to you about that is, you see my arm? These are Indian, very high quality gold. But this was like my great Aunt Ho-Ho. Her name was Hilda. It was electroplated gold. It's still there. Same with this. This is electroplated gold, etc. This. So it's possible because of the shine that this is not just gold tone, but older electroplated gold. And that doesn't mean a lot because if it's electroplated, it doesn't really matter. But I thought it was a really pretty set. Let me put it on the other way. For $8. See? I think that's really pretty. They fit on me. So they fit a 7 1/4, 7.25 wrist. This would fit a 7. This would probably fit a 7.5, possibly up to an 8. This could fit a little smaller, but this would be too big on anything smaller than a 7, ladies medium. It would be too big. It's just fun. So buy it now for $8. It's just fun. It's a fun little set of, stuff. And I don't always bring, I try to keep in mind that everyone has a different taste. Everyone is looking for something different, and everyone has a different budget, right? I should have just kept that price up there. I'm going to say, oh, that's not the right word. That was not the right word. Actually, I raised it by $1. These two items are buy it now for $9. So, firstly, this is a 1960s foil opal scatter pin. I was trying to figure this out the last time I brought it as to what it is and how the glass was opalized like that. So I didn't know the answer. I did a deep dive, and they put colored metal foil underneath glass to make it look like fire opal. And it has the clear rhinestones. And to me, a fleur-de-lis or a cross. It's just a tiny scatter pin. The tiny little pins came about the 60s, 70s scatter pins. Here's the back, no maker. And then what comes with it? This little gold tone, very similar in design, opalescent glass ring. You get both. And this does not have the metal foil. This is just an opalescent glass. And it does reflect colors. See the pink right there? So the two little tiny things together for $9. And what size is the ring? Small. Let's see. Too small for me. Oh, it's not that small. It's just I have big fingers. Let's go with 7.5. It's a little lower, but 7.5. So the ring is 7.5. So for many, many people, including people I know, that would fit this finger. No problem. Some people, it would even fit this finger. So the two of those together, buy it now, $9. And I'm going to leave the, no, I'm not. This is like I said, I have a wide variety of items and prices because I have a wide variety of friends who come here. And then I will get into a couple higher end jewelry pieces and a few more household items. So these are, because we're getting into the 70s and we're starting to do the gold hoops, but people still needed clip-ons, but they wanted to move to this gold. These are just small gold tone clip-on hoops. Did I not highlight that? Something is happening with StreamYard. Buy it now for $6. These look brand new. I don't know that in the back is very solid. You have to really push it. It's a little bit different construction. Look at that. It closes. This is a different construction. I wonder who came up with that clip. And this Sarah Lee, thank you. I love going shopping. If you were down here, ooh, look at that. We could do that together. Maybe if you ever come down here, let me know. And if I ever go up there, I'll let you know. Now, wait a minute. These are signed. Oh, look at that. Be in. That's a buy it now. $6. Guess who made these, y'all? It's inside there. These are made by Monet. So these are probably 1970s, early 80s Monet earrings. M-O-N-E-T for $6. Yep. Still a deal. Teeny tiny. Here, let me show you. Well, not teeny tiny, but very dainty. Very dainty. I like them if they were wire or post. I would wear these. Not just because they're Monet, which, but because I like them. They're very shiny. They're simple. They're not too heavy. Yeah. Yep. Thank you, Maritza. You guys are very nice to me today. You're very kind. Thank you. Thank you. One day, I want to rent people tell me this is impossible. Like I couldn't drive it and it would all be terrible. And, but I'm like, poo on you. I want to rent a tiny little RV and travel around the country and go thrifting, shopping with all my friends. Just like take 3 or 4 months and, pull into a campground, pull into the driveway next to their house and plug in and stock up for a year and visit all my friends. Doesn't that sound so fun? One day. My internet is doing that thing again. God bless. I don't know why it does that. Oh, Sarah Lee. Did you take the BART up here? Yeah, Palo Alto. When I was little, my dad is a retired professor and world-renowned author and researcher. So he was doing his PhD, and we went from here to there to here to there to here. And we wound up coming from Virginia across the country to Palo Alto when I was 3. And they had those huge fountains in the middle of a main street, the water fountains. And I was like 3.5. And I looked out the window and I said, Palo Alto sea water jump. So for the rest of my life up to today, whenever I talk about that time, they say, yeah, Palo Alto sea water jump. That's its name. That's its official name in my family. And my dad, over the years, did a lot of collaborations with certain people at Stanford, but he retired from UC Davis. So this is a Kirk's Folly. Whoops, starts at 25. And at 25, I am not making much money back. This has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 charms. So Kirk's Folly. The charms online can sell for up to $20 on their own, depending on what they are. So this is a star with rhinestones. This is a pink glass with a heart. It's a dragonfly on a leaf with rhinestones. A moon with a rhinestone. And a plastic AB coated thing. Hold on. There you go. That is a... What is that? For crying out loud. I can't see it backwards. A butterfly with a star. A little faux pearl. Here's a cupid shooting an arrow. This is faux pearl grapes and little AB white beads. And there is a gold leaf next to it. So I'm going to tell you something about this in a minute. Here's another different cupid with a pearl. Here is a bow and arrow with this beautiful purple glass. Here is a pink coated gold tone flower with a bumblebee and a little AB. This heart with a bow and rhinestones. And this is the Kirk's Folly hang tag. Now, here's the clasp. But obviously this is modern, but charm bracelets were very big in the 70s, so I put it in the sale. Here's a little heart at the end where the clasp goes. What I want to say about this, I've looked this up online, and this original kind of Valentine's heart bracelet came with about 4 or 5 charms. Someone bought a whole bunch more charms and added them to this. If you were to buy these today, because they are still around, all these charms individually and put them on this bracelet, this would be seriously $100 or so, maybe more, brand new. The charms are very expensive. Kirk's Folly is very popular, and this would sell for a whole lot more. And at 25, I'm honestly maybe breaking even. I wish I had the ability to keep my eBay going, but I don't. So that's what it is. And yeah, charm bracelets were really popular in the 70s probably because we were all still in grandma's charm bracelets and wearing them. I remember my grandmother gave me her charm bracelet, and I still have it with little train cabooses and all these other things from her travels. Yeah, Sarah Lee. They are. And Kirk's Folly is a big deal. I know it's modern, but this is a big deal. So, 25. I don't think I'm going to bring this back for a while. And when I do, I'm going to start pricing it at what I should be, which even at 40, it's a very low price. Fits my wrist, 7.25. So I'm going to put this back here as a reminder that I'm going to hang out with it for a while. You loved living in Palo Alto, Sarah Lee. You loved your grandparents. Palo Alto was back in that time, Palo Alto was a beautiful little city. And still to this day, the area around the campus, Stanford, there's some beautiful old little funky houses there. Really gorgeous. I know it went through its period in the 80s of, crime. But, I mean, everywhere did. The 70s and 80s, there was a lot of crime in rich areas because of, I was talking about the beakers earlier, right? Yeah. Thankfully, a lot of that has gone away. Yeah. Well, that too. That too. Okay. I'm going to show this, and this. Well, I better show a household item first. I better do it. Okay. Look, I have been trying to sell this fantastic creation. I think this is one of the pieces I've had the longest, other than my squirreled away from the early days of eBay jewelry. And I keep waiting for the right person. It just blows my mind. And maybe it's just me that likes this. This says 75. I cannot make out the signature. Nope. I've tried so many times because if I could make out the signature, then I could track this down because this is an artisan piece, but I know the value of this. 75, 1975. Here is the bottom. This is a takeoff from face jugs, right? Y'all know face jugs in the history from the Carolinas and the Virginias. The crazy face jugs from the turn of the century. So highly collectible. They are still made. They are still very collectible. And this is an artist, I'm quite sure, from the Carolinas or the Virginia area, of a face jug. It is the most beautiful pottery piece. It is red clay. The only issue it has is one little chip right there. Here is, and this is like this incredible textured, and it's brown, dark brown. Again, it's showing up like green, and it's dark brown. It's red clay. Here is this beautiful blue, black, and green drip glaze. I'll show you why in a minute. This is the bottom. It's a jar instead of a jug. Look at him. They're supposed to look really strange. The turn of the century face jugs that were made by who? By Black people, by African Americans for the most part. They were, do a dive on face jugs. You will find out a lot. Look, Sarah Lee, I don't think that says George. I mean, there's the signature. I tried so hard to figure that out. To me, it's a bunch of nonsense. Okay, now that's the bottom. Here's the inside. There's the red. That's a glaze. It is glazed and fired inside. This is not glazed. So that's the bottom. This is the top. It's as tall as the bottom piece. It is a slanted with that blue glaze. This is such a cool piece. This is from when it was manufactured. I think it was deliberate. Look at, there's a feather in his hat band. It's a pushed, smushed down hat. So the reason I put this in with the 70s is because of the art and because face jugs started really we started becoming aware of face jugs in a big way and really embracing them, and they became a huge collectible starting in the 70s. It more really started screaming off in the 80s, but in the 70s we started talking about it. We started listening. So I'm going to put his hat on, and it's heavy. I would wager this weighs a couple pounds. Check him out. Yeah. I mean, look at it. This is what's happening. I mean, maybe it's just me, but I think this is a really incredible artist. And all of this, you can feel it. So maybe it's just me. It is about, I think, 10 inches tall. Yeah, it's about 10 inches tall and about 6 inches wide. So there you go. Y'all, I'm going to put it back very carefully. If you're watching on the replay, please note it is here. It would have cost probably $150 new, and now as a collectible piece, I have no idea, but a lot. What? Melly. Hello. Melly. What? Oh, Melly, I adore you. What did you just say? What do you mean MMS shit? Shite faced beast, Melly? I love you. What are you talking about? Okay, Melly, could you explain to me in the chat what MMS, and is it literally called, like, do you mean like drunk, right? Like you're shite faced? Melly, I think you just made my whole day. Melly, I love you. Okay, MMS. So, Melly, you're over on the East Coast. It's an East Coast person, correct? Well, I'm sorry, but I have to have this conversation with Melly because I have been trying to figure this piece out for a year. It's Mahoon, MMS. And when you say, Melly, I see you, Patsy. Melly, when you say shite-faced, you mean like he's totally drunk? What do you mean? And this is like a piece from the Carolinas or something, right? And well, Patsy's in. I mean, I know it's a deal. I can't keep everything, but this piece I bought and I paid a little up, but I was like, there's no way I'm keeping it, and there's no way I'm giving it like back to Goodwill because it's something. Wow. Okay. Patsy's in at 45. Melly, you always buy. Melly, fair warning, y'all. If anyone is interested, they need to come in at 46 or higher. And now that my gal Melly is in here talking about that it's MMS, Mahoon, shite-faced piece, you should look it up and see how much that goes for. I'm certainly going to do that after this show. I am now like, I have tried and tried to figure this out. Wow. I have tried and tried. And where have you people been for a year? There you go. See, similar to, the jug faces, but with its own spin. God bless you. I'm Patsy. Thank you for seeing the vision. Melly, you popped in at just the right time to tell me something. And like I said, I know it's worth a lot more than this because I just know. So I'm giving someone a few more seconds to come in at 46 or higher. Otherwise, it's sold to Patsy. And Susan, I mean, you guys. Okay. Now, it is heavy, Patsy, and I am going to wrap this so carefully. Thank you, Patsy. Thank you, Melly. Thank you, Susan. It is a good price, Melly, right? But I've been trying to sell it for a year, and everyone was like, whatever. So finally, I'm like, okay. I'm making some money at 45. Okay. Wow. I'm just glad to know I will never find. I know that came from the East Coast. I was born in North Carolina. So I know I'm so happy someone bought that. I know it's a good price, but I just I knew it was something, but I could never. I Google imaged that signature a million times. I Google imaged the face. I couldn't find it. Thank you, Patsy. Now, Melly, I totally got your registration and I sent you an invoice. And no, but I did send you an invoice, Melly, and I sent it to MM da 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 da. And I didn't even send a reminder. So is it not two M's? And I already sent your package. So I'm going to move on. But thank you, Patsy. Good for you for getting that. Good for you. I love everything about it. So, Patsy, what I was going to say is I'm going to wrap it really carefully, like really carefully. So I don't think I need an oversized box for it, but both pieces need to be completely separate and totally safe. So whatever it takes to ship that correctly is going to happen. Okay? Just so you know. So Millie, is it 2 M's, please? Your email, was that a mistake? I'm trying to figure out, is PayPal being weird? I don't know. I mean, I sent the blue beads on to you because, you know, I know you're going to pay me. And I was trying to clear out all my stuff. Just let me know if it's 2 M's at the beginning of your email, Melly. And thank you. So this starts at 12. This is very clearly a takeoff on a military insignia, red, white, and blue. It's plastic. It's not rhinestones. It's plastic in here. At least the red is plastic. Hold on. No, it's all plastic. But it's, you know, like on a soldier's jacket, that V. And again, we go back to peace, victory, right? Very 1970s. Vietnam War. We talked about all that. And see how the pin back is sticking through. So, still in the 60s. But to me, it went with my whole red, white, and blue, the Vietnam War, the times they are changing, my friend, theme. I think it's sweet. I like it. 2 M's. Interesting. Okay, Melly, I don't know what I'm going to do in that case, Melly. I am going to, sometimes PayPal is weird. I don't know. It's 1 3/4 inches across at the top of the V. And it is 1.5 inches long, this little pin. I like it. Patsy, 2. Patsy, yeah, appropriate for President's Day also. Yeah, I had all this red, white, and blue stuff today for the 70s. And yeah, President's Day. I wasn't even thinking, you know, I often put these things together, and then as I go along in my sale, I'm like, oh yeah, also President's Day. Oh yeah, also look at all the shell themed things I did. Oh yeah, and like it's just totally unconscious. Patsy, you put in a 2. Did you by any chance mean to put in a 12 for this pin, or were you just saying that Melly has 2 M's in her email? I don't know the answer. And I'm going to wait, and then I'm going to put this down and move on for Patsy's answer. And Melly, I'm going to take a snapshot of the invoice with your email and email it to you, and you can tell me like what I did wrong in PayPal, and then I'll fix it. Okay. Patsy, I have no idea if you wanted to put 12 on this piece or not, honey. So I'm putting it down because you're not answering me and I don't know the answer. You have to tell me. You have to tell me. I do not know the answer. Okay. So I'm going to do I'm pretty sure I did that. That's what I usually do, Melly, but something, I don't know. Oh, look how maybe Patsy thought I was selling that for 2, because look at my weird thing. Start $1 $2. That started at 12, Patsy. So, Patsy, I'm sorry. It started at 12. I am so sorry. Yeah, I had the 1 and the $sign and the 2. Started at 12. I'm sorry. It was a really good price. You are right. It was a really good price. Okay. I am going to do what is all this? I'm going to do altogether 4 more pieces of jewelry and 3 household pieces, and then I'm going to close. It was a really good price for $2. For $2, I would have been losing a lot of money, but you know, I wish. Oh, Patsy's here. Patsy's already bought something, but you know what? Patsy's bought more than one thing. Yeah, Millie, I so appreciate your knowledge. And that, see, I needed someone from the East Coast who knew what the heck I was talking about. And there you were. Okay, Millie, I'm just going to, I did it already. And sometimes PayPal is just freaking weird. I am going to copy and paste that in an edit in the invoice and send it to you. Oh. So this is a teeny tiny little resin lucite turtle pin. I love him. I love him. And now Melly, see, Melly has been coming here and teaching me all kinds of things lately. Melly taught me, yep, it glows. It's lucite resin. Look at that. I never knew that until Melly came along and said, hey, shine the light on there. So there you go. Melly. And it's a little pin. It's this type of pin. It's a serious pin. I mean, whoever made this is like a serious, you know, it's a stick pin. It's not a brooch. Melly, are you okay with that? Oh, how cute is that? So this is really cool. It sticks through your shirt. And it's like this kind of spring, really heavy duty pin back, which I really like. And once it's on, it stays. It's solid. Okay, Melly is in at 10. A fair warning. And thank you for teaching me about that they glow. Melly's in at 10. Fair warning, y'all. Last call, you'd have to come in at 11 or higher for the little toidle. Look at the little toidle. That's so cute. And it's, you know, like an inch. Okay. What am I doing? Thank you, Melly. Turtle pin. I really think it's so cute. Thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Okay, now we got to get rid of that. Melly, what was the temperature there today? Just to make us all really jealous. Melly, what was the temperature? Inquiring minds. I'm going to guess it was like 76 where you live. It actually was around like 62 degrees here today. Lovely spring weather. I'm missing my own home though, where it's, it's much colder in the winter, but it's also much hotter. And there you go. I love that. Where did I just put that? Hold on. Start at 17. I was born in North Carolina, Chapel Hill. I do not like humidity. Nope. But I would rather go through and deal with all of that than, and that may be what I wind up doing, than living here. I don't want to live here anymore. I need to move somewhere else. Yes, West Germany. I just dropped my ruler. Excuse me, y'all. Oh, yeah. So this is a West Germany piece. Where is it? Sorry. There it is, West Germany. Similar to the other one I brought, but it had words that I couldn't read. Might have said West Germany, and it was missing a little bit of the extender. This one starts at 17. This is, so West Germany, we know, is old. This you would have been getting out of grandma's jewelry box. This is exquisite. And I don't know why it's being blown out so much. These are milk glass etched oval hexagon-like beads, hand knotted on cord in between every single one. Look at that. Look at that. Is that even tiny? Nope, just hand knotted. And then look at this flat milk glass, this crystal. These are little pieces of crystal, like rock crystal. And they're carved and faceted. Then it has the, oh, good Lord, I've been on for a long time. The rondelles. It's all there. So this is from the 1930s. Look at that knot. This is from the 1930s. From West Germany. Rondelle. Here is the middle. Look at this. Now, that is not metal loss. That is not, that it's gotten wet. If it had gotten wet, the rhinestones would be dead, discolored. It is deliberate that this is a dark metal to make it different from the other rondelles. That is intentional. And those are probably, well, West Germany was very high quality, so they're either West Germany rhinestones or Australian, Czechoslovakian. Super sparkle. So beautiful. Then here. And look at how thick the cord is. And you can see like the tufts of cotton. See all that puffing up and the white. Man, if only they would do that kind of quality work today. I can almost imagine the mill and these little tufts spilling out. My mother's father was an accountant for cotton mills for a long time, and all this cotton would come in on the trains, and then the tufts, as it was being woven by the big machines, would come pouring out through the air. And here is the full extender, starting at 17. So between the coal trains and all the cotton. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Melly. Yes. Yes. The minute I said 1930s and I started thinking about what I was saying, I was like, that was really stupid. Yes. West Germany was when they, yes, Melly. Thank you, Melly. It's all about the wall after the war. Yes, Melly. Thank you. That is correct. Now, this is a small, okay? It is on my neck. I do not have the clasp over the very end of the extender. And even though I have this age-related little bit of skin, I do not have it down here, right? That's my actual throat. So I could get it on the big bead and it would be this tight. So it's a beautiful but small necklace. And yes, Melly, I don't know what I'm talking about. I know West and East Germany was after the war. Melly, I have been on, I had no idea I'd been on for 4 hours. No idea. So it's time for me to get off because my words, I'm never, I've only been on for 4 hours in 15 months, like 5 times. I've just been enjoying hanging out with you all and completely forgot what the heck was going on. So it's with the extender, 14 inches all together. Yeah. But West Germany is highly collectible. Yes. Yes, exactly. It's from the early 50s, Melly. Yes, I know. You're totally right. But look at the gloriousness of this carved crystal. That is crystal. And then the milk glass, the spacers, the rondelles, and the way they made this one dark to stand out, and this incredible cotton thread. Each thing is hand knotted in between. I know it's small, but here's the deal. Put it in your collection. Display it on your vanity table. Hang it off a lamp. Put it in a shadow box. This is a great piece to add to your collection. Yep, and it's going down. I literally had no, I've just been chatting away and having such a good time with you. This is why my words have disappeared. I had no idea. So I have, all of you, a lot of you know, I have fibromyalgia, and that for 25, 26, 27, I don't know, forever. And my upper body is what's most affected. So I rarely stay on for longer than 3 hours. I don't know how I got here, but it's all right. It's good. I learned when I finally, the day I sell it, I learned who the heck the shank face jug. See, I got to get off of here. Okay, I am going to do a couple more pieces and then I got to go. Buy it now. Choice. Six. Buy it now. Choice. 6. I'm going to do these 2 pieces of jewelry, and then I'm going to do 2 household pieces, and then that's it. So this is the first mod. This is very much to be made in Taiwan. So, late 70s into the 80s, right? Look at that. Cost $2. Very starting to verge into, the end of the hippie era, beginning of more the punk rock, metal, trying to do kind of like a throwback to the 60s with the kind of checkerboard pattern, right? Republic of China. Yeah, that dates these big time. And I don't actually know, I just want to be very clear here. I do not know that this card has anything to do with these earrings or if they just threw these earrings on this card. So I'm not going to tell you that they're surgical steel. No, I am not, because I don't know that. And even so, I'm saying Republic of China. I don't know that. What I know is the pattern. What I know is this is very much a throwback to the checkerboard, very much the beginning of the 80s, end of the 70s. So there's the size. They're about 3/4 of an inch by 3/4 of an inch. And those are pierced. These are fabulous because I love plastic. Fabulous plastic earrings, staying in that red, white, and blue early 70s theme. But obviously, also, these have this kind of pattern that you see in a lot of Bakelite, like the bracelets, the bow ties, that's it, bow ties. Now, I'm not telling you that this is Bakelite, but I didn't test them. This was very common in the highly collectible Bakelite bracelets. So they really could have just taken that theme and made these clip-on earrings. This is raised up. They're gold tone, just glued on clip-on earrings. It does have the red of Bakelite. I didn't test it. If nobody buys them today, I will test them later. And that's fine. It's fine. Cute, right? Yeah, I think so. Okay, so those were your two choices for a buy it now. Those are my last jewelry items. The end of that. And this just went there. I want it there. Okay. So I'm going to show this and this. Woo! And then I'm done for the evening. I've had a long day with y'all, and it has been a great day. I just want to say that. It has been a great afternoon. I appreciate that so much. Patsy. Oops. Patsy. Is there that bad of a lag? I'm sorry. Patsy, I don't know where to put things now. Patsy, I'm completely flustered. Okay. I'm completely flustered. Patsy. Now, Patsy, thank you. I put them down in my giant basket of jewelry, the red and white. Mm-hmm. I knew there was a reason I was digging that one out of the, where'd it go? One. I don't have to spend a lot of time doing this right this second. Everything. Oh, there it is. There it is. Excellent. Thank you, Patsy. I am putting it in a bag as we speak, and I will write it on my list. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you very much. And I think the pattern is really interesting. Let me know, and I might test them just for the heck of it before I send them to you. I'm curious if they're Bakelite, and I have a yellow and white, really interesting plastic necklace with, the plastic is over the clasp in this kind of a pattern. It's really interesting. It's not here today. It'll come at another time. Okay, so thank you. So what was I doing? I was doing this. I didn't hardly eat today either. I was going to I have little egg bites, and I was going to eat that in between talking to you all. But so much has gone on, it didn't happen. It didn't happen. So I will have it with the rest of my, tonight I'm having, like you guys care, whatever, baby arugula salad with beets and all kinds of yummy stuff. It's got like nuts. I get it pre-made, and I have them put in some ahi tuna. I only eat fish for meat. That's it, fish. So I eat a lot of like tuna and salmon. But I go to this wonderful place down the street. You guys don't care, but I'm telling you anyway, because I'm hungry. I go to this wonderful place down the street called Organic Greens, and they sell fresh organic salads and sandwiches and soups. And so I can get like this ahi poke salad with all this stuff. Oh, and my salad has goat cheese, handmade dressings, a giant box like this, and add like extra ahi for $20. And that's 2 meals for me with maybe a slice of olive bread. So that's $10 a meal, and I have not had to cook it or buy the stuff and have it rot or, so I'm like, hands up. I do that a lot. I love salads with goat cheese or feta cheese or a little bit of ahi, and the more vegetables, the better. So what am I bringing for 16? That's what y'all are really here for. They're like, Lucinda, shut up. This carved turtle. Now, this carved turtle fascinates me. I am constantly, y'all are always seeing me doing this, right? So, on this little turtle, look at the bottom. This, and I hate to say this, but this is either bone or, yes, Harley, I'm sorry, I know, it's time for me to go eat. Or is it turtle shell? Like, honestly, because you used to be able to do that. Can you see all the, yeah. And then the head is an older plastic. But his little leg flippers are also a shell, and the back legs. I'll show you that. You see the carving? Yep. And I also believe his body and his turtle shell, this is all, I think it's all shell, honestly. And I don't know if it's a turtle shell. I don't know. It's incredibly well done. And I don't know, was this a piece of turtle shell? Because it sure looks like real turtle. And just cut down smaller for this piece and then carved across the top? Or is it like a conch shell that they faux made look like a turtle? I don't know. It does on this side say Ecuador. I know this is an older tourist piece because all of this is real something. And I just don't believe even in Ecuador that they do that anymore. So, yeah. I think he's, I'm glad we don't do this stuff anymore. But once it's been done, it's already done. It's already out there, and we might as well enjoy it. Could be Taga nut. Uh-oh, Cheryl. And Noelle. First off, hi, Cheryl, and hold on. Noelle, what is, it's sounding very Asian or Philippines or I don't know. Taga nut. Noelle. Is that from Ecuador? Like, I know of Brazilian nuts from Brazil. I'm sure that we used to always eat at the holidays. They were the hardest ones to crack, the huge shells, but so good. Maybe that's actually macadamia, and we used to call them Brazilian nuts. I don't know. This doesn't feel like a nut. It feels like bone, but what is that? Wood. Oh, how interesting. It's a nut like ivory. Yeah, I don't know. That's a very good question. I mean, because that was one of the, and then I'll move on to my other item in Cheryl. The first thing I thought was, oh my God, is this ivory? Because see that? That was my first thought when I picked it up. I was like, uh-oh, is that ivory? I can't sell ivory. What do you do with ivory? And see the yellowing? Yeah. Don't know. Interesting. So where's it from, Noelle? I'll Google it. Okay. Taga. And I know I'm not saying that right. Like tagu? Like guacamole or like guau? Taguau? I don't know. Okay. So this, and he is about, I'll measure him. Why not? Yeah, he's a mystery. And he's really, I think he's really cool. I like little animals. I like old touristy things. And he is incredibly well done and definitely with some substance that is not plastic nor resin. He is 4 inches long. And I mean, if you go flipper to flipper, he's 3.5. Oh, my dad's in there. And his shell is 2 inches. So I will move on. I think my dad's in there making food, even though a caregiver is coming. Patsy. Yep. I will put him away. Bye, little turtle. And the last thing, now wait a minute. Cheryl. The 50s necklace for 17. Cheryl, hold on. I don't know where to put things. Cheryl. This one, Cheryl. Cheryl. I'm putting this one down for you. So I hope that's right. Okay. And then you want the 2 littles. Flash, gold pen, and ring for 15. Did I? I guess I did. This little combo. I love this. This is so pretty. And these actually, don't go for, you'd think because it's such a tiny little pin that, they would be like nothing on eBay. Actually, they're pretty desirable. So you mean these. Okay. Thank you, Cheryl. Hold on. And Cheryl, Look at you. This is the second time. They were 9 and 6. I did them as a set, though. I don't know, Cheryl. I did them as a set, but I didn't write it down, and I don't know. I hope everyone is giving me a thumbs up and or subscribing. I haven't talked about that at all today. But, I'm assuming people are kind. Because I'm kind and I like to, think that everyone is kind. Yeah, they were 9 and 6. See, that's why I sold them as a set, but I don't remember what I brought them for. It seems like 15 would have been about right for the two, but okay. So we're good with 15, right? So I'm just going to do this real quick, and then I'm going to show my last household item. But I'm going to make this official. Sold to Cheryl. Set for 15. Thank you, Cheryl. And sold to Cheryl. West German necklace for 17. Thank you. Thank you, Cheryl. And yes, Cheryl, this is the second time in a row that you are actually here with everyone live. Everyone say hi to my email buddy, Cheryl. We're pen pals. She's a very good pen pal. Okay. Last item of the night. So, if anyone has been thinking about something and has now changed their mind and would like to purchase it, or you watch my preview and you see something that you're like, hey, I'm interested, did that sell? Or you want to go through ×2 real fast and see if an item didn't sell, or see it, just ask if it did because you're interested. Now is the time. I don't do recaps. And if you're watching on the replay, you can email me at mscwalker@att.net and tell me what you're interested in. Okay, this is my week 2 of my 2-week build-a-box. So Friday's show and tell, just vintage and antique jewelry sale, will be the end of the 2 weeks. And then I invoice out starting that Saturday, Sunday into Tuesday, and try to get everything shipped out by Friday. Now, I shipped out Mellie's already because I know where she lives and I trust her. But the invoice is having a problem. And Kathy is not here anymore, but I know that I still have not invoiced and shipped Kathy's out from the end last time. Things got confusing, but that will happen. Okay. So this is my last item. So like I said, if anyone wants to do any diving around to figure out something you may want, drop it in the chat now. Do your deep diving now. Where is my... Good night, Melly. What is happening with my... Oh, George. Hi, George. You know what? My chat was way up. I don't know why. George, I never know what my theme will be until like almost the day before. I did once. It's not easy. It's not easy committing to Mondays are going to be a theme and then coming up with what that is. Is it going to be Victorian? Is it going to be 70s? Is it going to be MCM? Is it going to be woo? It's harder than I thought. So I don't know. Yeah, George, stay tuned. That's what I can tell you. Stay tuned and have a great evening. Happy holiday. Happy President's Day to you, George. It was really nice having you here in the chat. It's been a little while. So this starts at 24. This is a very nice one. It is a very nice one. This is super thin. It is made to mix your drinks in here and pour. Even though it's paper thin. Do you hear that? There's the spout. The glass, it's older. It's much older. Here's the bottom. I would say it may have a little bit of lead crystal in it. I'm not sure, just by the way it sounds. It's huge. It's probably about almost 9 inches tall. I will say, and it's blue, George. I will say it's a light, like baby blue. It's flashed. This one is flashed. But there is only the slightest bit, the ring light's screwing it up. There's only the slightest bit of wear in one little spot. It's a beautiful piece. And the 70s. I brought this with the 70s theme because this would be on your bar cart because it's flashed and not the actual blue color. That says 70s more than like the huge blue like thumbprint Empoli one up there. That screams 50s, 60s, right? It's just because of the little bit of the flashing blue that this is $24 and that I think it's 70s. Now, I will tell you at $24, I'm only making about $2. But because I care about you, my friends. Good night, Sarah Lee. See you real soon. Because I care about you and because I have this other one, I would like to see this go to a lovely home where someone will appreciate it. Now, you either remember or you don't. I certainly do. All the restaurants that I went to always had some kind of like, a pub area. That was a thing back in the 70s. It always had the bar where you waited for your seat and then and the maitre d' area. And these were always sitting up there. Normally not the ones that poured drinks though. And matches or candies would be inside that you with the restaurant's name or just the candies. After dinner mint, right? Remember that? Yep. They were dark, kind of dingy, but with really good like meat and potatoes kind of meals. Maybe some seafood. So I just think this, so I use things like this to one day I may get off of the one behind me, but not yet. I use items like this, so I talk about styling a lot. So I use things like this, and you see it in my previews, to hang jewelry on, right? So this is a tassel necklace that's very disco 70s, but I'm not bringing it tonight. I'm too tired. But so you can think out of the box and do a lot of things. You could put a collection of something in here, like your plastic beads. I would not put marbles in it because it's thin. It's very thin. So, you think out of the box. If you're a reseller, it's a great prop. If you have a big collection of stuff and you want a stunning piece on your dining table, you could use that. If you like to have something like this, say, in your bathroom, and you fill it with bubble soap, cotton balls, maybe wrap up a guest towel. I don't know. There's a million things. You can use this as a vase with flowers. You could actually mix drinks and pour your drinks. Yeah. So, and it's just because it's flash does not take away from the incredibleness of this. This is huge and beautiful, and it is blown glass. And how often do you see something like this where you pour a drink? Had to do it. You don't. So someone will come along and want this one day. And until then, I will hold on to it. Okay. I am going to move this. Okay, so Kathy is going to email someone. I have a ton of these beakers, all different sizes and types. I don't know. They're old. They're great. These can be used for everything. So they're beautiful little floral vases. And remember, I have these incredible 1970s mugs. This is my favorite, but the other one is great also. And if anyone decides they're interested in decorating with 2-inch by 2-inch different pictures of Frida Kahlo on red clay tiles, I can get you a ton of these. And if you get over 10, we can talk about it. If you get 10, they're $5 a piece. If you got a lot more than that, I can bring it down to $4. And this is just one of them. So you can email me and let me know. All right. So everyone, thank you for being with me for 4.5 hours. I've had a wonderful holiday day. I'm starving. I will be back on Friday for my Friday's show and tell. Vintage antique costume jewelry. I will probably have about half reruns and a few new items. So, love you all. Please be peaceful. Be kind. It's a very stressful time right now in our country. So, smile. Open the door. Wait for the other person to go first. Help an old lady with her grocery bags. Remember that. a lot of people all around you just lost their jobs and don't know what to do. We're going through a whole constellation of government changes. And I'm not saying anything about whether it's good or bad, but I'm saying it's stressful. Our economy right now, it's stressful. So just be nice. That's all. Just be nice, be compassionate, come from a place of love. Because that, more than anything, is what we can do for each other. That's what I've got to give, and that's what I'm giving. So I will see everyone in the chats real soon, and I'll see you on Friday. Bye. Thank you.